Hello, everyone. aMayesing, how are you? And welcome back to another Dungeons and Dragons just fucking long ass reviews. As you can see from my watch tab, that we have a lot of Dungeons and Dragons videos to get through. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to finish this in this episode, uh, but we're gonna get right into it.
Hello everyone, we've got another Unearthed Arcana with Jeremy Crawford, and shortly after this video you will have access to that PDF, and as always, we need your playtest feedback. We have a lot of classes, we have a lot of subclasses, and a whole bunch of stuff to dive into. What can we expect?
So in Unearthed Arcana for the Player's Handbook, and this is number 7, we are returning to the classes that were featured in UA 5. So that's the Fighter, the Barbarian, the Sorcerer, the Warlock, and the Wizard, and now making revisions to those classes based on the feedback we got on UA 5.
Right.
In addition to that, so in addition to getting to see a new take on those 5 classes, now reflecting feedback we received, we're also including a bunch of other subclasses. So just as we did for the classes that were in UA 6, where now suddenly each class had multiple subclasses as a part of the playtest, we're now doing that for these classes as well. And that includes even 2 brand new subclasses. You're going to see a brand new subclass in the Barbarian called the Path of the World Tree.
It's very cool.
And also a brand new subclass in the Fighter called the Brawler.
Yeah.
And these 2 are really fun subclasses. One of them, the Brawler, is all about being a fighter who specializes in improvised weapons and unarmed strikes. This is the fighter who might spend more time clobbering people with chairs than with conventional weapons. And we think people are going to have a ball with it. And then the Path of the World Tree is a barbarian subclass that delves into the cosmic story of D&D, that there is this world tree that actually connects all worlds. And this barbarian, when they rage, taps into the power of that tree. And one of the, I think, iconic things for this subclass is being able to summon up the roots of the world tree to pull people toward the barbarian. I like to think of people running away from this barbarian.
I thought this was based off of Ashton in Critical Role with his wild magic barbarian, but maybe that's just because he's part sorcerer. I don't exactly know his full class, or their full class.
And this barbarian going, and using these mystic roots of the tree to pull people toward them.
So it's kind of
at
like
higher
a
level,
druid
you'll even be
barbarian.
able to use the roots of the tree to take yourself and your companions to a teleportation circle elsewhere in the world that you're on, or even to another plane of existence. So this is also a rare case of the barbarian class in one of its subclasses gaining access to things like planar travel or long distance teleportation. And this is us exploring the edges of each class. We do this with subclasses where we sort of pace out the outer boundaries of each class and see, is there some theme we haven't hit yet in this class? And we're doing that with Path of the World Tree in the Barbarian, as well as in the Fighter. The Fighter's identity has long been the master of weapons and armor, and we realized that something we hadn't explored yet in 5th edition is being the master of also improvised weapons. And so this fighter is going to be able to pick up all sorts of odds and ends and then apply weapon mastery properties to them. So the Brawler especially is able to delve into the new weapon mastery system and take some of those properties and apply them to this table leg or that poker from next to the fire.
Oh, that's going to be fun with expertise, yeah.
Or this broken bottle. The brawler is all about taking things in the environment or the brawler's own body and using those things as weapons.
That's perfect.
And then we have, again, revised versions of the subclasses in all of these 5 classes. We also have some revised spells in this UA. Sorceress Burst and Arcane Eruption return from UA 5. Those spells were enjoyed, and so they're here again. They've been tweaked. We also have a new version of Counterspell for people to try out, and a new version of the Jump spell for people to experiment with.
Nice.
But I maybe can talk more about those things once we dive into the classes.
Yeah, so where do you want to start? Do you like alphabetically?
Yeah, sure. How about we do the Barbarian and the Fighter first?
Okay.
Although, before we dive into any particular class, one other thing I should point out that pertains not only to the spellcasters in this Unearthed Arcana, but also the spellcasters who appeared in the previous Unearthed Arcana, UA 6. The survey for which is closed, and actually our team is now going through the feedback on UA 6. A big shift in UA 7 is in UA 7 we are going back to using class spell lists. We've been having fun for a number of Unearthed Arcanas, experimenting with the Arcane, Divine, and Primal lists. But what we have found is that while those lists worked very well for certain classes, for instance, it was a big boon for the Ranger to gain access to the entire Primal list, we have found that for other classes, shifting to those big lists tended to dampen their identity. For example, the Wizard, a big part of their identity in the game is having the biggest spell list in the game.
Right.
And by multiple classes now essentially sharing the Wizard's spell list, the fan response was understandably that the Wizard's identity was being diminished. We also found that in this Unearthed Arcana, the return to Warlocks having Pact Magic, that also meant, and that's a spoiler because we haven't gotten to the Warlock yet,
yeah.
But yes, Warlocks have returned to having Pact Magic in this UA. Well, a part of that shift means they need to also go back to having their own spell list, because given how Pact Magic works, where you have this constrained set of spell slots that all sort of move up to your highest level slot, means Warlocks must have, when they have Pact Magic, a heavily curated spell list. Because there are some spells that just become too powerful if you get to just push the 5th level version button of that over and over and over again. We also have found that as much fun as we had experimenting with the Bard, getting to choose from one of those 3 lists, you and I talked about it in a previous video, it's a really neat story idea.
It's really shit.
We have found that there are some identity...
Like the Bard is all about like going to the school and learning the spells. It wouldn't be like, or like the Sorcerer, the Bard isn't like the Sorcerer or Warlock, where it's like, you either have to make a deal or be born with it. The Bard and the Wizard are kind of like, you need to learn those things. So when you just have the ability to have all those spells, it's like, well, that doesn't make sense.
Grading characteristics of that for the Bard, and so we were also eager to get back to class spell lists for the Bard. So, in summary, you're going to see all the spellcasters in UA 7 are back to using class spell lists, and the classes that appeared in UA 6 will also go back to using class spell lists. So that's an important overview thing that connects not only to the Sorcerer, the Warlock, and the Wizard who are in UA 7, but also to the Eldritch Knight who is in UA 7.
Right.
Because the Eldritch Knight, rather than referring to the Arcane spell list, just as the subclass does in 2014, uses the Wizard spell list.
All right, let's talk about the Barbarian. I'm really excited for the new one because I love Idrisil stuff. I love World Tree stuff. So
the Barbarian, the base class, has received a number of tweaks and enhancements. Danger Sense from 2014, it is back at second level.
I think I
and
have
we've
that.
now made it so that it works even if you have the blinded or deafened condition.
Oh, nice.
We wanted to make it easier for the Barbarian.
Yeah, so it's pretty much what it does is like if you, I think you get advantage on initiative, I think, if you roll without being blinded, deafened, or paralyzed, you get that advantage.
And to use
Pretty
this
cool.
feature, particularly given the fact that many Barbarian features they're not magical per se, but there is an extraordinary quality to them. The Barbarian is one of those classes in a kind of interesting gray area between our full-on magical classes and then our classes like the Fighter and the Rogue, who at their sort of base form have no magic. The Barbarian, because of their rage and some of their other capabilities, are in this interesting realm in between, full-on magic over here and no magic over here. The Monk is another example of a class that's in that sort of in-between space. And so with that in mind, we decided to relax the restriction on Danger Sense. We also have made an important tweak to Reckless Attack. We've now made it so that all of its effects last until the start of your next turn. That might seem minor, but it's actually huge because it now means Barbarians can benefit from Reckless Attack on things like an opportunity attack, but also in subclass features like Retaliation.
Wait.
And so really,
hold on. What are you saying?
On things like huge, because it now made it so that all of its effects last until the start of your next turn. That might seem minor, but it's actually huge because it now means Barbarians can benefit from Reckless Attack on things like.
So Reckless Attack was like so your first attack would be advantage, but it sounds like it's for opportunity
An opportunity attack, but also in subclass features like Retaliation. And so really, if you turn on Reckless Attack, you're not only going to benefit from it on the turn you activated it on, but you will also benefit from it should you take a reaction before the start of your next turn, like an opportunity attack, and so you're going to get advantage on that attack roll as well. This also has the nice effect of unifying the feature's duration, because the way we had it before, essentially the good part for the Barbarian lasted only until the end of the turn on which you activated the feature, but the bad part lasted until the start of your next turn. So we've decided we're just going to have one duration for the entire feature, and that means the Barbarian gets that sort of juiciness in more circumstances during a battle. We've also made some level shifts. You're going to see that in all of the classes, where in a few places a feature may not have changed in how it functions, but its level has changed.
The Sorcerer levels up the spells every time, but it doesn't really get many features
changed. So an example of that is Primal Knowledge has moved to level 3 from level 2, and that was in response to both feedback that it felt like it was crowding out Danger Sense at level 2, and also we gave Primal Knowledge with a different function in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything at 3rd level, so we decided to unify there and have that feature now be at 3rd level. Speaking of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, we have also imported, responding to popular demand, imported Instinctive Pounce from Tasha's Cauldron.
Nice.
And you're actually going to see that a lot in this UA, and we will continue to do the same thing for the classes that were in UA 6, of bringing over popular tech from Tasha's Cauldron. We were intentionally careful about how much we did that earlier in this UA process, partly because we wanted to experiment with some things that weren't in Tasha's, but we've actually been really gratified how much during the playtest process people have indicated in their comments, oh, I really like that feature from Tasha's. Can
Yeah.
you just give that to us all the time?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of those features ending up in the final versions of these classes.
Cool.
We have also restored Brutal Critical to being a die roll, but rather than being a roll,
Dude needs to fix his glasses. He's fixed his glasses like 3 times. You need a different prescription, my man. Get something tighter on your nose, or Jesus.
of one of your weapon dice, we've made it just, no matter
Oh, I
what
see.
weapon you're using, it's a D12.
Okay.
And we did this because we want the barbarian to feel
That's
good
nice.
about Brutal Critical,
That's
no matter
nice.
what weapon you're wielding.
Yeah.
Because there used to be this, in some cases, feel good because of the weapon you chose and how it
Yeah.
interacted with Brutal Critical. But then other cases where there was feel bad because you almost felt like the weapon you were wielding was punishing you
Yeah.
when you scored a critical hit.
Right.
So we've now made it that no matter what you're wielding as a barbarian, if you score a critical hit, you get to add a d12 onto that.
Like if
That's
you've got a
cool.
spoon, you get to roll D12 on that.
You're a
It's like-
barbarian.
yeah.
And that goes up. So at 13th level, it increases
that's
to
right.
2d12, and then at 17th level to 3d12 that you are adding. Now, some barbarians were already doing that
Yeah.
in 2014, but now we've made it so all barbarians, no matter what you're wielding, you're going to have truly brutal criticals.
That's cool.
And one of the interactions we expect with the barbarian is that you'll often be using reckless attack, and anytime you have advantage, you are increasing the odds that you're going to score a critical hit. I bring this up because sometimes we see requests for the barbarian to have a crit range expander like the champion fighter does. And the main reason we have not introduced such a crit range expander to the base barbarian class is because of reckless attack.
Yeah.
And so, in many ways, I think it's good for people to think of reckless attack as that is your crit expander,
Yeah.
because anytime you're rolling multiple
You
d20s
need
to determine
a
whether you
risk
hit or
for
not,
reward.
you are upping the chance that one of those dice is going to have a 20 on it.
Yeah.
And then we have some things returning to the levels that they were at previously. And because of Primal Champion returning to level 20, it now gives you the full +4 to your strength and con that it did in 2014.
Perfect. That's a lot. What other barbarians are also showing up in this?
We have the Path of the Berserker, Path of the Wild Heart, Path of the World Tree, and Path of the Zealot. Now, one of those names might have sounded unfamiliar, Path of the Wild Heart.
Right.
That is the subclass formerly known as the Path of the Totem Warrior. Same subclass, new name. People who've played
Why?
Baldur's Gate 3 will recognize the
Yes.
name
Yeah.
because that's
Oh.
the name there. And what many people don't know, which I can reveal in this video, is we worked, and by we I mean I personally worked with Larian to name that subclass.
Yeah.
And we knew at the time that we would end up unifying the name when we eventually came to the 2024 Player's Handbook version of the game. So first off, I can really
Interesting.
quickly say the Berserker is back, but with very little changed in it. It was super popular the last time we showed it.
Right.
So we saw, all right, people dig it. And the only change we've made there is that Intimidating Presence is now a bonus action rather than an action. So it's going to be even easier to strike fear into the hearts of people who are around you on the battlefield. When it comes to Path of the Wild Heart, the overall shape of this subclass is the same as it was in 2014, where you have certain supernatural abilities connected to animals, and that includes, you gain the ability to use the Beast Sense spell, the Commune with Nature spell,
Right.
and then at the other levels, you pick an animal and you get a characteristic associated with that animal.
Oh, that's cool.
What's different here is, first off, we have retuned many of these options. There are 9 of these options, so I'm not going to go into every change.
Right.
Just as in our videos about changes to meta magic or eldritch invocations, we also did not go into every single one.
Well, yeah, that's why we have a PDF on the,
yes.
on the site,
and,
right?
And I encourage people to dive into the design notes, not only in the Path of the Wild Heart, but in every other section of this PDF, because we have summarized there for you what changed. The sort of top line of what's changed in these 9 different animal options is we have taken some of them that before were lackluster and made them better, and we've taken some, and mostly one, that was wildly overpowered and brought it in line with the others. That one I'm talking about, which probably most barbarian players know what I'm talking about, is the bear option at level 3. So I have to, I have to tell it to everybody straight that the bear option is no longer going to give you resistance to every damage type but one. Instead, it will now.
How are you going to make this up to people?
Instead, you now will choose 2 damage types that you have resistance to.
Right.
We've also now made it so that whenever you gain a barbarian level, you can change any of these animal options that you have selected.
Okay.
Because we want people to really dig into the fantasy of you're drawing on power from different animal aspects, not necessarily one all the time. To help reinforce that theme, we've also renamed 6 of the 9 options. It used to be that they were all bear, eagle, or wolf, and those 3 were repeated throughout the subclass. Bear, eagle, and wolf remain at level 3, but at levels 6 and 14, all the animal names are different. We've done this also partly because people, despite the fact the 2014 rules said otherwise, have sometimes had the misimpression that if they chose bear at the beginning, they had to choose bear all the way through. Or if they choose wolf at the beginning, they had to choose wolf all the way through.
Yeah, I've seen this change.
It's now impossible to have that perception because none of the animal names are repeated.
Right.
So now at level 6, instead of having eagle, you have owl. Instead of having wolf, you have spider. Instead of having bear, you have elephant, and so on and so forth.
Cool.
And again, you're going to see a lot of tweaks here that are mostly aimed at trying to make all of these options attractive. We know that some of them are more situational than others, which is also why we've made it so that you can swap them out.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a lot of fun.
There's one that was moose that I picked, and it was only your travel speed that was doubled, not your movement speed. So I was confused by that, and I was like, oh well, that doesn't really happen that much. So
fun for people to
more
play
for
with.
Like
We've talked a little bit about the Path of the World Tree, brand new subclass, all about tapping into both the life-giving energy of the World Tree, but also its planar abilities, because the World Tree is connected to every world of the multiverse. And so two of the main themes you see here are healing and teleportation.
Yeah.
And
control.
cool.
Yes, yeah, because it's not just teleporting yourself, it's also teleporting others using the spectral roots and branches of the World Tree itself. And so this is all about being the barbarian who is not only resilient and able to provide some resilience for others, but also providing battlefield control. It's again, fun new take for the barbarian. Followed by a revised version of the Path of the Zealot. The last time we saw the Path of the Zealot was Xanathar's Guide to Everything. And if you're already familiar with the subclass, it's going to look like a familiar friend now, but again, with some quality of life and balance tweaks. And so, like Divine Fury, you now get to determine the damage type that it deals each time you do it. With Warrior of the Gods, gives you some additional self-healing. Now Zealous Presence you can use multiple times between long rests by expending uses of your Rage. And Rage Beyond Death you now actually turn into a warrior spirit for a limited time after you successfully use your relentless rage.
Nice.
And so we expect that each of these features in the Path of the Zealot that people already enjoyed, I think they're going to enjoy them even more. But of course, we'll find out in the surveys.
Right.
And if it turns out people prefer it the old way, we always have the old way we can return to.
Well, I'm very excited for the fighter. I mean, I've always loved Eldritch Knight, so but also I'm so excited for just weapon mastery as well and the shenanigans that are now available. So yeah, let's jump in.
So in the fighter, we made a number of fun changes that are about essentially taking what people loved in the previous UA and turning up the volume. So one example right away at first level of us turning up the volume is not only did people previously make it clear they loved weapon mastery, but they especially loved it in the fighter. And so one of the things we've done in the fighter is the fighter now has even more weapon mastery. So fighters now cap out at 6 weapon masteries.
Damn.
And people liked the ability that fighters got at higher level to swap out a weapon mastery property on a weapon for another.
Yeah.
But there's another example of us turning up the volume. It was clear, though, that they found it unsatisfying that you could switch out only one. So we have now created a brand new feature called Master of Armaments, which the fighter gets at level 9, which allows you to swap out the mastery properties on all of your mastery weapons.
Nice.
Not just one,
Yeah.
every single one of them. And so this is going to make it so that the fighter is supremely adaptable in how they use their weapons.
And they can turn any weapon into any type of weapon. You know, in a way, like that's kind of the fantasy of being a fighter. Like everything is a threat. Everything in your hands is a weapon.
Well, especially in the new Brawler subclass.
Yeah.
Where that is
gets out of control.
literally true.
Right, yeah.
Anything in their hand can be a devastating weapon. We've also now, and going back to the theme of incorporating things from Tasha's Cauldron, people liked in Tasha's Cauldron the ability to swap out their fighting style feats, so which was in Tasha's Cauldron in a feature called Martial Versatility. So we've now incorporated that capability right into the fighting style feature. So fighters can now, when they level up, change that feat if you don't like the one that you
Hold on. Let me change. I just want to open Tasha's Cauldron really quick. There we go.
chose before.
Quality's going to be bad for a
We've
little
also,
bit.
in
Just give me a
Second
second.
Wind at first level, made a significant change where, in addition to now having multiple uses per day, it used to be in 2014 you had a use,
Right.
and then you got that use back on a short rest or a long rest. We changed it in the previous version that fighters start with 2 per day, and then that number goes up to 4 as they go up to 20th level. But what we've now also done is we've made it so that whenever the fighter
Sure.
finishes a short rest, the fighter gets 1 use back.
Nice.
Nice.
So really, and this, by the way, is a theme that we started leaning into in UA 6, and we're leaning into even harder in UA 7, is we're ensuring that every class has an incentive to take short rests.
So
And-
it's not just the warlock
Well-
asking.
Well, yeah, it's funny. That is often the characterization, that it's like just
Yeah.
the warlock. Actually, every class in our game has something that replenishes on a short rest.
What?
But it's absolutely
Really?
true that the weight that the short rest has for each class is very different.
Okay.
Just as the weight of a long rest is very different for different classes. What's important
never
to
knew
us
that.
is we want everyone to be glad to take a long rest or a short rest.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see that in UA 7 and in our
I don't think
future
there's
UAs, that
anything that I
coming
know of
more and
that.
more into focus, where everyone has incentive
Goes back
to be
into
happy
those.
about taking a short rest or a long
Yeah.
rest. And it's interesting. We've even seen some people speculate in the survey questionnaires as well as in online discussions of like the short rest going away.
Right.
And that has never been our plan. We certainly experimented a bit in Tasha's Cauldron with reducing how much classes rely on it, but we never intended to reduce it down to 0. And for the revised PH, we're far more interested in, again, giving everyone incentive to take short rests
Again,
rather than
don't know what I
removing
need
people's
short rest for.
reliance on it.
Right.
It's sort of us finding where the sweet spot is, which is why we've experimented with like
and the Warlock
turning the
are
volume
long.
way down, now
Yeah.
turning it up, and we now feel like, all right, I think we found the point that feels right, not only in our extensive internal playtesting, but also then in the survey feedback that we receive. So you're going to see that not only here in the fighter, but elsewhere in this, especially with warlocks returning to using pact magic. The fighter has a number of quality of life improvements and also lifting of restrictions. So we experimented in the previous version with Action Surge having a very contained list of actions that you could take.
Yeah.
This time, we're instead lifting all those restrictions except one, and that is saying Action Surge cannot be used for the magic action. Because ultimately, that is the only action that we're really trying to exclude here.
Yeah.
Because Action Surge was never meant to be where you go to cast more spells or use magic items more times.
I have abused this many times, so I know some folks are going to be sad about this, but I cast Eldritch Blast way more often than I should have. There are things I've done that were not as intended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, we'll see what people think. The feedback we got last time was that people acknowledged that there needed to be some kind of limitation,
Right.
but felt that in the last iteration we went a little too far with limitations. So this time what we're experimenting with is we'll just limit the thing that we actually care about. Because the other stuff, we limited those other things largely for thematic reasons.
Right.
But people rightly pointed out that it's fun having a number of options for role-playing reasons, unusual tactical situations and whatnot. And so rather than trying to enforce a theme here, we decided let's just limit the one that is the concern.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The fighter has a couple of brand new features this time
Okay.
around.
Oh.
Right at second level, you get a brand new feature called Tactical Mind. And one of the things we have been
Interesting.
doing throughout this playtest is looking for ways to give classes that had very little non-combat utility some way to contribute more outside combat.
Yeah.
We already did that in the Barbarian with Primal Knowledge. We've done it in the Ranger. We've done it in different ways in our other classes. Well, this time around, it's the fighter's turn. And so we've introduced this new feature called Tactical Mind that really is all about the fact that fighters are tacticians.
Yeah.
They are all about mastering battlefields. And so what we've let you now do is that you have the option of expending uses of Second Wind to give yourself a D10 that you can roll to add to ability checks that you make. So this would be rather than regaining hit points. And this, of course, would be very situational.
That's crazy.
But we want fighters who not only are able to tap into their stamina for physical purposes, and that's what Second Wind represents, but Tactical Mind represents they also have a well of mental stamina.
Yeah.
And
cool.
there are always sessions in most campaigns, occasionally that occur, where there's no combat. And in a session like that, we want a fighter to still have reason to use Second Wind,
Yeah.
one of their main resources, and now they have a use for it. They might even want to use it in a fight. Like sometimes we've all been in those set piece encounters where often the most important thing is not what you're doing to the monsters, but what you're doing to the MacGuffin on the magic altar.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a fighter might find that the clutch move is to actually use Tactical Mind to ensure they succeed on that critical ability check.
Nice.
So then the other brand new feature is at level 5. It's called Tactical Shift. Also plays into Second Wind. And what it allows you to do is whenever you activate your Second Wind as a bonus action, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
This is the fighter realizing not only do I need to get some of my hit points back,
Right.
maybe I should get out of danger, or maybe I should move over there to protect my friend, or maybe I should move over here where I'm in a more advantageous position to fire my bow at that person. Again, leaning into this notion of the fighter as the tactical master. And also us exploring, giving the fighter some more active things to do with their class features, which is also the motivation behind the weapon mastery system, is give the fighter and the barbarian and other weapon-focused characters fun, active things to do on their turns. We also, at level 13, have yet another brand new feature in the fighter called Studied Attacks. And this represents this tactical master studying their opponent. And how we represent that is if the fighter makes an attack roll against someone and misses, they have advantage on their next attack roll against that same target. So it's essentially, I thrust and I missed, but I saw how you dodged it.
Mm-hmm.
So on my next attack, I have a greater chance of hitting you.
Cool.
Really, again, going into this theme of fighters being the master of the battlefield. And then we've got the subclasses.
Yeah. That's a lot. It's a lot. Okay.
We've been doing a lot.
Yeah, I'm very aware. What's the first fighter on the agenda?
So we have the Battle Master. The Battle Master has long been one of the most popular subclasses for the fighter. We have seen some requests for the Battle Master to be dismantled and its maneuvers given to the base class.
Yeah.
That is something we explored early on in our work for the 2024 Player's Handbook. We ended up not going in that direction and instead introducing Weapon Mastery for a number of reasons, but the two main ones that I'll talk about right now is, first off, people love this subclass.
Yeah.
What we did not want to do is just eliminate it for the sake of all the other subclasses.
Right.
Also, the Battle Master represents a style of play, having this pool of dice that you keep track of to spend on a variety of different micro effects, that it's just simply not for everybody who is attracted to being a fighter.
Right. Yeah.
Because we know from nearly a decade now of going through player feedback, there are many people who love playing fighters who have no interest in what the Battle Master does. So we decided we're going to let the Battle Master keep being the Battle Master and just enhance other subclasses and the base class in ways that are appropriate.
This plus weapon mastery must be particularly nasty now in terms of like tactical options.
So yeah, the Battle Master, I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah.
They are a master of battle. I mean, they're already in the class that is the tactical master, the master of the battlefield. So you can almost think of the Battle Master as that plus one.
Yeah.
And here we have mostly made some quality of life improvements, like Student of War now also gives you a proficiency in a skill. We've made Know Your Enemy way easier to use, and we think more reliably useful.
Right.
Because it was a neat thematic ability previously, but not always that useful, and also not easy to use in battle. And now it is. Now Know Your Enemy is a bonus action, rather than needing to study someone
perfect.
for a long time outside of combat.
That's great.
Awesome.
You also, now with Relentless in this subclass, once you reach 15th level, you now, once per turn, can use a maneuver without expending a superiority die.
Oh wow. Okay.
So that will help extend the life of your superiority die pool.
That's cool.
We have also, and this is a common theme when we get to collections of smaller mechanics. We did this in Meta Magic. We've done this in Eldritch Invocations. We have now revisited every one of the maneuver options, and a number of them have gotten tweaks, in most cases, to make them easier or more fun to use. I encourage people to go to the design note to see all of the details. Yes.
There's a lot to play with, a lot of combos to come up with.
And also, an important thing to note here is we've also imported some of the maneuver options that we introduced in Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah.
Because people, the last time we did the fighter in the playtest, even though the Battle Master wasn't in the playtest, we were already getting requests for us to import some of those maneuvers from Tasha's.
Yeah.
So here they are. The Brawler, new subclass. We've chatted about it. This is the badass who is going to beat that monster with a chicken wing or whatever it is to hand.
That is a thing that is just it's very in popular culture. Someone who kind of like those Bane characters who can they are lethal all the time. They don't need any particular thing in their hands, and they're not necessarily the monk. They're just someone who everything is a weapon.
And in some ways, you can almost think of the Brawler as the antithesis of the Battle Master.
Right.
The Battle Master is this studied, tactical fighter who can bolster allies, carefully use these maneuvers, manage this pool of dice.
Yeah.
Whereas the Brawler is just the messy, dirty fighter of
which
this,
everyone loves.
This rock is what I'm using now in this fight. And we just felt that archetype was missing from the fighter, and so we're excited to offer it here. The Champion returns, and the Champion has several tweaks based on the previous version. The previous version was well received. We were super happy to see that a subclass that has sometimes struggled to reach a high satisfaction score finally did. And we have brought back Remarkable Athlete. We saw people requesting that.
Nice.
And we've made it a little clearer on its functionality. What I mean by that is clever players who read it carefully realized that it benefited their initiative rolls. We did not want that to continue to be this thing that only master players figured out. Mm-hmm. So we've now made it so that Remarkable Athlete just straight up tells you, rather than getting a set bonus, you now have you have advantage on initiative rolls and you have advantage on strength athletics checks.
Cool.
And
awesome.
You also get your long jump distance increased. So we wanted it to be, put it on the tin, what this feature does.
Right.
Whereas before, when you did a quick read, it wasn't always clear in the 2014 version, what is this for? Other than the very obvious, my jump distance increases.
Yeah.
We also have improved the new feature that we introduced last time, Heroic Warrior, and have now made it so that you can give yourself heroic advantage at the start of every one of your turns that you start without it. Meaning, you can give yourself advantage to use once on each of your turns.
Yeah.
This is meant to work with their expanded crit range.
Yeah, you have even more of that chance.
Exactly. The Eldritch Knight is here. So for everyone who loves the classic warrior mage archetype, we've got you covered. And the main changes here is after level 3, we have lifted the spell school restriction that Eldritch Knights had on some of their spell selection. So you'll have more flexibility now.
Nice.
We've also clarified that you can use an arcane focus when you're casting your spells. And then we've tweaked how both War Magic and also improved War Magic function.
Okay.
So we've now made it so that you can keep, as a fighter, taking the attack action on your turn, and you can now replace one of your attacks with a cantrip.
Yeah.
It used to be kind of the other way around, where if you use your action to cast a spell, you could make an attack as a bonus action.
Yeah.
What we found is that that cause the Eldritch Knight's average damage to, in most cases, be lower than the typical fighter. The fighter and the barbarian, on average, over the life of a campaign, will on average deal more damage than members of most other classes. Other classes have higher peaks.
Yeah.
Other classes will have moments of damage that exceed the fighter and the barbarian, but they are the Energizer bunnies. They're the ones
consistently
who
dealing.
consistent deal a reliable amount of damage. But that was undermined in the Eldritch Knight by having essentially this encouragement for the Eldritch Knight to cast a spell instead of taking the attack action. And this was rough for a class where one of their main features is they get more attacks than anybody else.
Yeah.
So we've now fixed that in the Eldritch Knight so that now it's instead the other way around. Keep taking that attack action, but you can now replace one of those attacks with a cantrip. And then when you get improved War Magic, you also have the option of replacing 2 of your attacks. And remember, when a fighter gets high enough level, they have 4 attacks.
Yeah.
You can replace 2 of them to cast a level 1 or level 2 spell.
Nice.
Damn.
So I think this is going to make it so that the Eldritch
That's
Knight
sick.
can way better fulfill that fantasy of being a potent warrior mage.
Nice. I
am going to save that there because I'm gonna lose my mind. I want to thank you all so much for watching. Wait, what am I saying? I'm just gonna continue it. We'll just cut.
They have 4 attacks.
Yeah.
You can replace 2 of them to cast a level 1 or level 2 spell.
Nice.
So I think this is going to make it so that the Eldritch Knight can way better fulfill that fantasy of being a potent warrior mage.
Nice. I am excited to talk about the Sorcerer. I am a giant fan of wild magic, but I will put that aside. What's changed?
So since the last time that people saw this class, we have taken some of those class-specific spells that we experimented with, and we've turned them either into non-spell features or into spells on the Sorcerer spell list, and then evolved them a bit. So an example of that, Innate Sorcery is a first level feature now that allows you to enter almost like a arcane rage, where for 1 minute after you activate it, the spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1, and you have advantage on the attack rolls of your sorcerer spells.
Nice.
This then is an ability that gets enhanced by several later features. We are continuing to explore this notion of this boiling magic inside the sorcerer and giving it expression in game mechanics. And Innate Sorcery, I think, is a really fun way of expressing that.
Yeah.
In a way that the sorcerer getting to decide, I'm going to open the funnel wider, in terms of letting the energy out. And so examples of how this feature gets enhanced at higher levels, eventually it gets to the point where when it's on, the sorcerer can use 2 meta magics per spell instead of only 1. And then its sort of ultimate form is you then get a meta magic on your castings that costs you no sorcery points. That is something that will also help extend the life of your sorcery point pool, which we know is often a pain point for sorcerers.
Yeah.
Now, resource management is something that is a part of every class in our game. So that is something that we won't get rid of, but we are mindful of where is it painful rather than fun and interesting. We want it to be fun and interesting, not painful. And so speaking of shepherding your sorcery points, we have taken the Sorceress Restoration feature from level 15 and brought it all the way down to level 5.
Oh, wow.
Oh, damn.
And this now gives you a certain number of sorcery points back whenever you roll initiative and have none remaining.
Yeah.
And this will then scale up because it's based on your sorcerer level, and it starts as you just get 1 back if you roll initiative and have none remaining, and then it will go up to the 4 that it was before. So we decided, rather than making you wait until almost the end of your career to have this function, we now give you the function way earlier, and then it will scale up with you. And people are going to see in our next version of the Monk, for instance, people are going to see similar tech there, where we're already going through feedback on UA6 for the survey, and we were working on this Unearthed Arcana while people were surveying for that, and we were already improving a number of these sort of point management systems here.
Yeah.
And so the Monk will get to benefit from that when the Monk gets its second version.
Perfect.
Some further tweaks in the meta magic options. Not many though, because overall people loved what we did with meta magic last time. The main thing that we have changed here is we have yet another version of Twin Spell.
Yeah.
Twin Spell was actually the only meta magic option that didn't score well last time around.
Really?
And so we have another version here. This time around, because people were really hungry for having that sort of second target option back.
Yeah.
But as I explained in another video, we cannot do it the way it was done in 2014 because that version, just the math of it was way off. It cost far too few sorcery points. And then if we were able to make it cost the appropriate number of sorcery points,
prohibitive.
You wouldn't even be able to use the feature until you were near the end of your career.
Right.
Also, the old Twin Spell had the problem of requiring a lot of complexity in terms of figuring out which spells it actually worked with.
Right.
So we are committed to, we are not bringing back the overpowered version that would have to become prohibitively expensive if we kept it. We are also not bringing back that complexity, but we hear people about wanting to be able to cast a spell that normally targets one person and now they want to make it target 2.
Right.
So this time around, what we're doing is we're making it so that Twin Spell can modify spells like Charm Person and Hold Person, where currently, if you read the spell and you go down and look at the at higher level section, it will tell you if you cast this spell with a higher level spell slot, you can target an additional person.
Yeah.
Twin Spell now functions with those spells and spells like them, where what it lets you do is essentially up-level the spell to get that additional target and do that up-leveling for a very modest sorcery point cost. And so basically we're bringing back the multi-targeting, and it is now limited to the spells that we have designed to actually step-by-step increase the number of targets.
Right.
And now you can do it at a much lower cost than spending a higher level spell slot. The other good news here is as we revise the spells in the game, quite a few spells that did not have an at higher level section in 2014 will now have such a section in 2024. People can see that in this UA in the jump spell, where the jump spell did not have an at higher levels before. It now does. And it's at higher levels is exactly this kind, where if you cast it with a higher level slot, you can target more people.
It's also something I keep in mind when I'm playing a Warlock as well, is like, okay, well, am I getting the most, personally out of this? Since I'm like having to cast it at the highest I can, like, does it make sense for me to use that on a spell that does not scale?
And so now the sorcerer can use Twin Spell with this new version to get that extra target and not have to spend the next higher level spell slot to do so.
And then you're erasing the concentration issue as well, like for whole person's concentration. So
correct. And that's the other thing that we are comfortable bringing back in is people noted that the version that we playtested before no longer allowed you to essentially feel like you were concentrating on 2 spells at once.
Yeah.
Not something we're comfortable giving out too freely.
Yeah.
Whereas in this new version of the twin spell, because it's enhancing spells that are already designed to up level into having multiple targets,
Gotcha.
you are now concentrating on just 1 spell with multiple targets.
Gotcha.
So it solves a number of issues.
Nice.
Draconic Sorcery is back. And probably the main change here is the wings are back to being on all the time.
Yep. Yeah.
And we have also brought back Draconic Presence, and we've made it now a bonus action, and it no longer requires concentration.
Nice.
So Draconic Presence is going to be easier to use and less painful to use.
Right.
Wild Magic Sorcery is
Here we go.
also here. And the main request we've gotten over the years is to make it more reliable for the Wild Sorcerer to actually get to interact with their big, wonky table of fun effects.
Yeah, the core of what makes them fun, and not having to ask your dungeon master all the time.
Exactly. So we listened and we have delivered. And now, immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell of level 1 or higher, you can roll on the Wild Magic Surge table.
Yes.
Full stop. You can just do it.
I feel like there's more just friend pressure from me. Yeah, I love chaos. Yeah.
But
Yes.
once you do this,
Yeah.
you then can't do it again until you finish a long rest. However, we have built in, and I know you know this because you read the revised subclass,
Yeah.
we have built in ways for you to get that ability back.
Yeah.
Tides of Chaos has it. And so there's going to be this fun mini game of, all right, I tapped into the wild magic,
Yes.
and now I want to use Tides of Chaos, so then I can tap into it again. And I think it's going to be a ton of fun. Bend Luck is now a D6 instead of a D4.
Right.
And now Wild Bombardment lets you interact with the Wild Magic table even more. And Wild Bombardment is the new name of Spell Bombardment.
Right.
As far as the table goes, you'll notice it is not in the UA because we're using the table that's in the 2014 Player's Handbook. So
Nice.
if you're playtesting this version of the subclass, you've got that massive table right there in your book. These are the only 2 subclasses in this UA. As we note within it, the other 2 subclasses that are on the docket to appear in the 2024 PH for the Sorcerer are Aberrant Sorcery,
Yeah.
formerly known as Aberrant Mind, and Clockwork Sorcery, formerly known as the Clockwork Soul. And what we ask you to do here is if you want to play test those subclasses with this version of the Sorcerer, you can use the versions that are in Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah.
Those subclasses are recent enough in our design that we don't currently have any significant changes for them.
Yeah. Let's go into the Warlock, the non-controversial Warlock.
I think this version of the Warlock is delightful. After our experiment of not having Pack Magic,
Yeah.
Pack Magic is back in this version of the Warlock. And we saw in the playtest feedback how much people really want this feature to stay
Yeah.
in the class. So the playtest did its job, which was to answer that question: how important was it? But we still have our goal, which was, and for anyone who saw our videos about the last version of the Warlock,
Right.
I talked about the fact one of our main reasons for experimenting with replacing Pack Magic was to let the Warlock cast their spells more often.
Yeah.
Pack Magic, because of how it works, of the spells all going up to the Warlock's highest slot level, it's really constrained in terms of the Warlock's spell list. It's also constrained in terms of number of slots. But again, we also know that people are like, but can we cast our spells a few more times?
Yeah.
So in answer to that, and to accompany the return of Pack Magic, we have introduced a new feature at level 2 called Magical Cunning. And Magical Cunning lets a warlock perform a 1-minute ritual to then regain a certain number of their pack magic spell slots.
Nice.
They can do this only once per day,
Yeah.
but this is a big deal because what this means is that in addition to being able to get their spell slots back on short rests and long rests, they also have this ability that they can do now once per day at low level.
And that's not a nice thematic thing as well, of being able to, use warlocks in my head, there's always a ritual happening. There's always like candles and creepy stuff. So having that a little bit, take a minute and like do something creepy and then get a spell slot back. It's always going to be creepy. Yeah.
And this is similar to something we did in the Sorcerer, where we took a very high level feature that gave you your core resource back and gave you a low level version of it. So here, how we did that is Magical Cunning is basically a low level version of Eldritch Master.
Yeah.
And so the new version of Eldritch Master that is now back in the Warlock now builds on Magical Cunning, because we essentially give you a little mini Eldritch Master early, and then you blossom into it later in your career. And again, people will see in the next version of the Monk similar kind of approach of bringing some of that resource restoration lower level, and then have it bloom into the fuller version that people are accustomed to. Other things that are big in the Warlock is Mystic Arcanum is back in the base class, and the Contact Patron feature that we introduced last time is here to stay. People really like it, but it's at a lower level than it was last time. Otherwise, the base Warlock class right now looks very similar to the 2014 Warlock. Where the main changes are, other than Contact Patron being here and Magical Cunning being a new feature at second level, is we have taken the Pact Boons feature and absorbed it into Eldritch Invocations.
Okay.
In contrast, Mystic Arcanum is back to being a core feature and not a part of Eldritch Invocations.
Gotcha.
People correctly pointed out that having Mystic Arcanum inside the Eldritch Invocations subsystem made it so that people felt like they had to spend a lot of their Eldritch Invocation options on Mystic Arcanum. So we pulled Mystic Arcanum back outside Eldritch Invocations, but we put Pact Boons into the Eldritch Invocations pool. Here's the reason we did this. We want you to be able to have more than one. We actually, for a long time, have felt that Pact of the Blade and Pact of the Tome are really the starting choices. Pact of the Chain and then Pact of the Talisman and Tasha's Cauldron are really add-on boons and are not meant to have the same function for your character. Pact of the Blade and Pact of the Tome are really about your Warlock's sort of core combat style.
Yeah.
Are you more about a weapon, or are you more about spellcasting? Even though all Warlocks are spellcasters.
Yeah.
It's not a kind of either-or thing. It's really just
where are you leaning?
Where are you leaning?
Yeah.
And when we were looking at the feedback and seeing people rightly pointing out, Pact of the Chain, for instance, has a very different power profile for a Warlock, and people were requesting or musing about that becoming as spicy as Blade and Tome. And we realized, well, it's never been meant to be as spicy as those two. And then the deeper we thought about it, we realized, and we don't want you picking one of those two, blocking you from having an enhanced familiar.
Right.
And this one thing led to another, and we realized these are Eldritch Invocations, and we're actually okay with you having more than one of them. This means at higher level, if you chose Pact of the Blade or Pact of the Tome at first level, and remember, these used to be available only at third level.
Yeah.
So now you get to pick one of these two at first level. You could then pick the other one later.
Yeah.
This is going to make warlocks even more customizable than they were before. Because of us moving these options into the invocations pool and people always wanting more invocations, we have now increased the invocation cap again, and it now goes all the way up to 10 at 20th level. Well, actually, you hit 10 at 18th level. And speaking of invocations, there are a lot of revisions to individual invocations based on the feedback that we got. You're going to see many invocations have lower level prereqs, and not just in some cases 1 or 2 levels lower. Like Master of Myriad Forms went from requiring you to be a level 15 warlock to being a level 5 warlock.
Nice.
And so there are a lot of things that are going to come online way earlier than they did for the warlock before. We have also made a number of enhancements to Pact of the Blade, because as much as people liked some of what we did last time, they pointed out it still needs some oomph to compete with Pact of the Tome.
Yeah.
And so there now are enhancements not only in Pact of the Blade, but we also have brought Thirsting Blade back, and it also has an improvement inside it. And so you now have some damage boosts and also number of attack boosts in Pact of the Blade. And then in some of the Eldritch Invocations, should you decide to lean even harder into that direction, that will make it so that you can really feel like an effective weapon user. Or, remember, since now you can dabble, you might be a Pact of the Tome, primarily a Pact of the Tome warlock, but like, oh, but I also like the ability to pull out, to summon up this spectral weapon and whack somebody with it. So I'm going to have a little bit of that fun too.
Yeah.
And so you can mix and match. And
am I correct in the fact that the Elder's Smite is back?
Yes. We have also imported some more invocations from Tasha's Cauldron and Xanathar's Guide. Eldritch Smite was an invocation we introduced in Xanathar's Guide, and we want to move it to the Player's Handbook. I encourage people to dive into the long design note for the Eldritch Invocations, because there are many tweaks there, both big and small.
Perfect.
When it comes to Warlock subclasses, the Fiend is back with several tweaks. Overall, this subclass was really loved in the previous playtest. So we saw that and we're like, all right, we're going to keep the shape of it and just make some improvements. And that includes some clarifications to Hurl Through Hell, as well as there's now a saving throw at the front end rather than the back, because people correctly pointed out that it was far too easy to just send anybody hurling through the lower planes.
Yeah.
And so we have addressed that. We've also made it now, we've reduced the damage of Hurl Through Hell a little bit, so that we could also apply the incapacitated condition to the person being hurled through hell. Because it was actually too easy for certain creatures to bypass this with certain abilities, like, for instance, the ability to plane shift, or, just poof, right out of it. So we've decided we actually don't want people doing things while they're hurtling through the lower planes, so they're now incapacitated.
We have the Feywild, and this is a very Misty Step teleporter.
Okay, so yes, the Archfey Patron.
Yeah.
The Archfey Patron, its features, other than Misty Escape in 2014, were all low scoring when we did our big Player's Handbook survey in 2021. All of them were in the 60s, other than Misty Escape. What that told us is we need to take a whack at redesigning this subclass, but keep that one feature people really liked. And so what you're now going to see here is us really leaning into two of the main Fey themes in D&D for characters and monsters, and that is the charm condition and teleportation. And that teleportation appears in a big way right at level 3, where you always have Misty Step prepared. You can cast it a certain number of times per day without using spell slots, and you have some add-on effects that you can apply to this teleportation.
Yeah.
This is similar thematically to what we did with Eladrin, the playable species, and that similarity is intentional because this is the Warlock who is tapping into the same Fey magic as Eladrin. But it's a different mechanism here. This is built on you specifically casting the Misty Step spell, and we modify it over time. So now Misty Escape lets you cast Misty Step as a reaction in response to taking damage, and also gives you a couple more effects that you have the option of applying. And you can apply just one each time you cast Misty Step. But when you get to level 6, you will now have 4 options, a little menu of 4 that you can choose from each time you cast Misty Step to add on an additional effect.
It's gonna be fun.
Yes.
I want to get into a fight immediately.
We also now then, we have at level 10, Beguiling Defenses. You're immune to the charm condition, just as you were in 2014. But now also we've made it so that if someone has the cheek to hit you with an attack roll, you can essentially beguile them into taking some of that damage themselves, which is a very Fey thing to do. And then finally, we have a new feature at level 14 where it allows you, every time you cast an enchantment spell or an illusion spell using a spell slot, you can also cast Misty Step as a part of the same action that you used to cast that other spell, and you can do so without expending a spell slot.
Fantastic.
And to interact with this feature, most of the spells on your patron spell list are enchantments and illusions.
Yeah.
And so you are going to be just
everywhere.
Mist all over. Really, our effort here is to give the Archfey a distinctive play style that really sets it apart from the other Warlock subclasses.
That with Eldritch Blast and being able to push and pull people around with those invocations is going to be a very interesting combat technician, potentially.
Yes. In the Warlock, we also have the Celestial Patron.
Yes.
And the Celestial, the last time we saw them was in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. And they are now here just with a few minor tweaks. They are here with an improved Patron Spells feature, where they now have all these spells prepared. And then Celestial Resilience now interacts with the new Magical Cunning feature.
Very nice.
Now, the Great Old One subclass, it has more tweaks than that.
Yeah.
So in addition to having the improved Patron Spells feature that all the Warlock subclasses now have, its Awakened Mind feature now gives you a more useful telepathy. The 2014 version was this one-way communication. We've now made it so that you can create two-way communication with a single creature. And then we've, at level 6, made it so that you have a feature that plays on this, where you can then use...
Weaponized it.
Yes, you can weaponize your telepathic communication with somebody, because we want to really dig in deeper to this spooky, cosmic horror, telepathy angle. And so, it got spookier.
Yeah.
And we also gave you a new feature at level 10 called Eldritch Hex, where you get the Hex spell for free, and you have enhancements to how you use it. We're doing this partly because the Great Old One honestly needed a damage boost relative to the other subclasses, and Eldritch Hex is our way, one of our ways of doing that, in addition to Clairvoyant Combatant, which is the feature at level 6. And then at level 14, we have completely different functionality in Create Thrall, and that is you getting to cast the Summon Aberration spell, which is currently in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, but which will appear in the 2024 Player's Handbook. In fact, I can spoil now that all the summoning spells from Tasha's will be in the 2024 Player's Handbook.
Fantastic. Anyone who likes conjuring monsters, those were so nice to have.
And we felt, of all of these subclasses, the one that really should be pulling some horror from another realm, it is the great old one,
It's
Warlock.
fair. It's fair. So let's talk about the wizard. We've got the wizard and a couple subclasses.
So the wizard, we heard loud and clear last time that people wanted the return of the wizard's dedicated spell list. And that's one of the reasons all the classes have gone back to using their own spell lists, along with the warlock going back to pack magic. It also assists the bard's identity and a variety of other reasons. It will also clean up some things in the ranger, where we to preserve the ranger's exclusive access to things like Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley, had to build them in as class features. Since the ranger was sharing a list with the druid, all that stuff can now go away now that we're back to class spell lists. So the wizard, we had fun with some of the spells we introduced last time, like Modify Spell, Create Spell. There was a mix of tremendous excitement about those spells and also a lot of dread at what they could do to certain play environments, concern about, is this eating the sorcerer's meta magic lunch? We saw the feedback and we decided we're going to put those back on the shelf. And so Modify Spell and Create Spell are no longer here. Memorize Spell is still here, but now it is a non-spell feature rather than a spell given to you by a feature. Arcane Recovery has returned to first level to make it easier for wizards to get some spell slots back right away when they start their careers on a short rest, because spell slots are the wizard's bread and butter. Because the wizard does not have, intentionally, that many other features going on. The wizard's main feature is they interact with spells more flexibly than anybody else, and also with a list that is longer than anybody else's. Leaning into that, we have imported from Tasha's Cauldron the ability for the wizard to change their cantrips more often than just when they level up. That was called Cantrip Formulas in Tasha's Cauldron. It's now here in the Player's Handbook version of the class. Wizard Spellbook, we experimented with it as its own feature. It's now been folded back into the spellcasting feature. And Academic, that feature has been replaced by a similarly named one called Scholar, which is about giving you expertise in a skill that is wizard appropriate. Given the fact that wizards are the scholarly class.
They should be good at Arcana.
Yes, or whatever scholarly pursuit the wizard has chosen. One of the changes at high level in spell mastery is, one, we've made it so that it's easier for you to change what those spells are, but we have also made it so that those spells can no longer be bonus actions or reactions. We have realized, not only in our own play, but also reading the playtest feedback, that allowing a high-level wizard to cast Shield, for example, at will, it is simply too good. And that is why people will see that spell mastery is now limited to spells that require an action to cast. And honestly, that was our original design intent, and we simply didn't think a decade ago to exclude bonus actions and reactions, and now we're like, okay, it's time for us to do it. In the subclasses, the Evoker, the big change in the Evoker is that sculpt spells and potent cantrip have switched places.
Oh, interesting.
Sculpt spells used to be a level 3 feature, and potent cantrip was level 6. The problem was very few spells, when you were a level 3 wizard, actually benefited from sculpt spells. And at those lower levels, you're especially relying on your cantrips. And so we decided, let's switch this so that the evoker can really enjoy those potent cantrips at the levels when they would be most valuable, and can start sculpting spells at the level when most of the evoker's main AoE spells are coming online.
Right.
So I think this is it's one of those things that seems minor, just flipping the level, but I think in play, it will be a significant upgrade to the evoker's play experience.
Nice.
We also have the Abjurer, the Diviner, and the Illusionist who are here. The Abjurer has several nice tweaks. One of those is you can now, with your Arcane Ward, simply burn a spell slot to replenish your ward's hit points, rather than sort of having to jump through the hoop of casting an appropriate spell to do it.
Yeah.
And instead it can just be, I simply need this thing right now to have more hit points.
Yeah.
And I don't have a spell that I want to cast right now.
Yeah.
And so we have, in a way, cut out that middle step,
Yeah.
which that step is still there if you want it, where casting an abjuration spell restores hit points. We've just now given you another way of restoring those hit points. We have also replaced improved abjuration in the Abjurer with a new feature called Spellbreaker. And what Spellbreaker does is it gives you Dispel Magic prepared all the time, and you can cast it as a bonus action,
Whoa.
and you can add your proficiency bonus to the
Oh,
ability
wow.
check you make inside it,
Nice.
making you, as it says in the feature name, a Spellbreaker,
Nice.
which is very much the identity of the Abjurer. The previous improved Abjuration had that add your proficiency bonus to the ability check part. That's the one piece we've preserved. And that's about all it did.
Yeah.
It did that. It added that to Dispel Magic and also to Counterspell. And the few other very rare spells that include an ability check, we decided, let's just give you Dispel Magic and make it awesome.
Yeah.
Also, Counterspell, as people will see in this very Unearthed Arcana, no longer includes an ability check. And so the old improved Abjuration would have had no interaction with that spell.
Gotcha.
Diviner is a hugely popular subclass.
Yes.
So we did very little to it.
Yeah.
The main thing we did is we've made it so that the third eye feature is now a bonus action to activate. Having the incapacitated condition no longer shuts it off. And we essentially folded two of the options into one. So you now no longer have to choose between seeing into the ethereal plane and seeing invisible creatures, because we now let you instead just cast See Invisibility without expending a spell slot.
Right.
And that spell does both of those
Yeah.
things. So we really we improved it so the feature is easier to use, and you're not having to kind of choose between two things, when instead we just give you both of them combined in one. Finally, we have the Illusionist, and in the Illusionist, we have made it so that malleable illusions is a bonus action instead of an action, so easier to alter illusions that you have running. We've made it so that now Illusory Self can be reused by expending a spell slot of level 2 or higher. And then Illusory Reality has simply been clarified a little bit. People pointed out that in the old version it used to say this thing that you make can't deal damage or deal any other harm. And it was, people point out, what does that mean?
Yeah. Like emotional?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is now much clearer. It says, and I'll read it right from the doc, the object can't deal damage or give any conditions.
Perfect.
That now it is clear. So that's the wizard. I will mention real quick, because wizard players will certainly care about it, as will sorcerers, warlocks, and others. we not only have a fun new version of Jump in this UA, but also a new version of Counterspell.
Right.
The new version of Jump is a bonus action instead of an action.
Nice.
It can be cast at higher levels to affect multiple people, and it is no longer reliant on your speed. This is significant because the 2014 version of Jump was a spell that, in addition to you having to spend your whole action on it, had some hidden feel bad in it if you then went and looked at the jump rolls.
Yeah.
Because the spell very simply just says your jump distance is tripled. But anyone who knows our jump rules knows that when you jump, you have to spend movement for every foot of your jump. And the jump spell didn't give you any extra speed.
Gotcha.
So while it might have tripled your jump distance, it didn't give you any additional speed to actually make use of all of that distance.
Right.
So you could often with certain characters, depending on what their strength was, since jumps are based on your strength, get this tripling, but it's like, but I don't have enough movement to even use this extra distance. So we have now given you the ability with this spell to take this sort of fun hop with it, where on each of your turns you can burn 10 feet of movement to jump 30 feet. And you can do that once per turn.
That's awesome.
And you'll see it has nothing to do with whatever your speed is. The new counter spell has some significant changes in it. And really the heart of the redesign of Counterspell is we have now made it so that the spell is mindful of your target. The old Counterspell had a really significant issue in it. And that is, it was too closely based on Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic is based on the level of the spell you're trying to dispel. Counterspell did the same thing, where you are trying to dispel a spell, counter a spell, and it's based on that spell's level. Here's the problem. Counterspell isn't dispelling a spell. The whole story, and this even the 2014 version said this, is you are attempting to interrupt a creature casting a spell.
Right.
The creature is the target, not the spell.
Oh, okay.
And one of the huge issues with Counterspell in its 2014 form is it was no harder to counter a Archlich than it was a 6th level wizard. And we needed to correct that. Because it really needed to account for the might of the spellcaster. And so with that in mind, Counterspell now is a saving throw that the target makes. It's a Constitution save, just like concentration saving throws are Constitution saves. And the spell is only interrupted if they fail their saving throw. What this means is not only higher CR monsters will be harder to counter than lower CR monsters, but also flip it around, because sometimes monsters cast Counterspell. It means a higher level player character will be able to resist being countered more than a lower level player character. Cool. But wait, there's more. We've also made it so that Counterspell is not a double penalty. And what I mean by that is in 2014, if you succeeded at countering a spell, you not only wasted that spellcaster's action, or bonus action or reaction that they used to cast that spell, you also wasted the spell slot that they used to cast it, if they used a spell slot for it.
Right.
That is actually a larger punishment than the spell is meant to be. And so people will see that in the new version, Counterspell will still essentially waste the action, bonus action, or reaction that was used to cast the spell, but it does not expend the spell slot.
Oh, okay.
And the narrative here is, think of it as, since you interrupted them in the process of casting, they never completed casting the spell.
Right.
And so the resource is not expended, or at least the spell slot is not. If they were using some other resource, yeah, it's still gone. But if it's a spell slot, they still have it.
Yeah.
Which means you can no longer counter someone's 9th level spell and their 1 9th level spell slot for the day is gone.
Yeah.
But it does mean they still lost their action. But But that's, again, much more where the power was meant to be in Counterspell, is to be able to say nope to that spell in this moment, not, and I've also deprived you of one of your core resources for the rest of the day. So I look forward to people playtesting this new version of Counterspell and Jump, and I'm excited to find out what people think of everything in this UA as well as the UAs ahead of us.
Perfect. And that is Unearthed Arcana 7. It's quite large, and it should be available right now on D&D Beyond, so go check that out and look through the PDF and give us your feedback. Thank you so much for watching.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, there we go. There's a 51-minute Secrets of Dungeon Mastering, which I'm not gonna watch because I don't really care. There's also Art of Phandelver for the Shattered Obelisk. So we'll just continue this stuff because this is what I'm interested in.
Hello everyone, today we are talking about Phandelver and Below, the Shattered Obelisk.
I actually saw this book at Target today. I was like, wow, they really put that on the shelf pretty quick.
And the art, the cover, and the design that you find on all of the pages.
Amanda and I are both huge fans of just the horror genre in general, and we love a pulpy situation. And so we thought, just based on sort of the big bad and where that big bad was coming from, that a really toxic green, sort of like that green sludge that you imagine with like nuclear waste, and that you see, and I think of Ninja Turtles a lot in that regard. But that green, that something is wrong, makes its way throughout the entire book. It's in the alt cover. It's in the art.
Can we just point out this woman has like one of the bread fucking clips on her jacket?
As you go progressively through the book, it gets more prominent, and it's in the design that Trish worked up as well.
As things in Phandelver seem to keep getting a little more chaotic and a little more odd, you see that progression as well throughout the layout as the book goes.
I like to think about it like it gets grosser as you go on. Like Trish did an amazing job where you get that sort of that idyllic town set, like the initial bit, you get a little hint of it in
was
there.
so sweet.
And then once you get past sort of that remastered part, then it gets heavier. It gets moodier, it gets darker, it gets a little bit more oppressive as far as the graphic design goes. And then Trish continued to layer in not only that meaning, but that grit and that heaviness. And by the time you get to the fudged up stuff at the end, it's like, oh yeah, I feel the stress of this moment in the design as well as in the art.
I know it works together, but it's almost like I would do it and Bree would look at it and go, no, add more, keep adding. I was like, okay, just keep throwing things on. So
part of the fun of this project is oftentimes we do sort of like, I don't want to say standard adventure kinds of things, but it's your high fantasy feelings, and this is darker than that. I can't even talk about all of the things because they're going to be you know, others to discover along the way, but it gets real gross, and I love that.
Just keep the odd cow in your brain.
I was surprised at how charmed by her most people are. And you can, of course, help aid her in getting rid of that corruption. But I kind of just would want to keep that tentacle monster cow around.
Yeah.
Like, picks its own grass from far away. There's also a Cloaker Mutate, which is one of the more effed up monsters, which I was very excited to commission. I was like, okay, bear with me. It's a Cloaker with a dwarven skeleton smashed onto its face, and it just flies around with that
It's
skeleton.
creepy.
That's just like, you know, that's what it wants to wear today. The Oculorb, I love the way that the artist, I believe it was Brian Valenzuela, did a beautiful piece, the Oculorb, and it gets me because the monster is amazing. It's this gross amalgamation of a bajillion eyeballs, but the way that it was rendered has this sort of soft, ethereal, multi-emotional, like each eye has its own emotion and shape, and I love it. Charmed. We have to balance this fine line between that horror and grossness and not alienating people for whom that might be a little bit too much. And so by the time we get to the end of the book, it's gnarly.
I think even people though, like I'm not a huge horror genre fan, but there are images in there. So like the ash zombies, that piece of art, that thing, it looks like it is just going to come out of the art at you. It is one of my favorites. I constantly like go back to it when I would be laying stuff out. I'm like, I love that piece.
I like
it's
it.
very cool.
I like to shove in Easter eggs wherever possible. So there are some of those early shots that you see just a little something that's off that hints to that corruption that comes later. A large part of what I get to do is to make sure that that cadence feels right, that cinematic timing is appropriate for what's happening in the book as well. We have to manage that cadence in the design and how we're treating the art too.
For me, it starts right at the beginning. So it's talking to the art director, it's talking to the game designer, and figuring out what is the feeling that they want to evoke throughout the book. And if it has a progression, just knowing where is it going to go. And then you get these pieces of art, and that speaks to it too. So depending on what the art looks like, I might choose to crop it a certain way just because I like this area of the art and I really want it to stand out. So those types of things. It goes, I don't know about you, but I like to go piece to piece.
Yeah.
And so its treatment is just depends. I don't want it to be, oh, this is going to go here all the time. This is going to go here all the time. And it's always going to fall like this. I like to have it be a little bit more organic and be able to play with things a little more.
I know that we have like a very sort of standard look, right? You have a stat block in a certain way and you have our fonts and all of that sort of thing, but each book is a very custom piece. As Trish was saying, she's very considerate about where is this art existing on this piece of page? How do I support it with the elements that I've made? But also, how are we supporting the gameplay elements that we need for people to reference? And are we making sure that the text is readable? And are we adding enough sort of flavor to this moment? And Trish gets to do that sort of page by page. She like develops a custom sort of page by page. You sort of experience it mostly in 2D, but when you get it in your hands, it's a different thing. Largely, you've had enough time to forget all of the things that were hard about it, and you have this real thing in your hand now, and you're like, yes, oh, it was worth it. So the traditional cover that Antonio did is meant to be a little bit more lighthearted, to speak more towards the front end of the book in general. So you're in this idyllic town and you have these goblins who are causing a lot of like chaos in order to obtain some things that their bosses are sending them out. But they're to me the comedic relief. So you have this sort of beautiful sunset moment and you have goblins like doing their gobbo best to get away with the thing that they've stolen. And there's another goblin that's like scratching some graffiti as they do throughout multiple pieces within the book. But he's just like thinking really hard about that graffiti. And so you get this sort of like silly moment. And then you have the alt cover by DZO, and it's just chaos. It's chaos that's indicative of, and for me, it's like a wild ride of monsters. There's just a lot of crazy stuff happening at all times. And for me, too, it's also about that mystery. You could look at this thing. I've looked at it a bajillion times, and I still find new things in it. I'm like, oh, that's really clever. Wow, that's a lot of teeth. There's a lot of eyeballs in here. That's really wet looking. Huh. And there's all of some of the new monsters that are in there, some of the big bads that you're going to fight. They're all in that cover. And I just want to like print it out black and white and color it, which is actually a good note. So we did get that piece of art in that was just black and white. And
it's
Trish,
so cool.
Trish did some amazing work to bring that through line color to it and just
green.
We made it
Green.
so wet and gross and green.
It was like painting.
Yeah.
It was just, I sat there and just painted it in like, oh, I want it to be here and I want this to be here. But that art, when that came in, originally I wasn't supposed to be the one working on it. And I was like, oh, that's such an amazing piece. I'm like, oh, I get to work on it. Okay, cool.
You did such a good
But
job.
yeah, I hope the illustrator likes the way that the end result came. I think it's my favorite alt cover that I've worked on so far.
You pushed and pulled
Like,
so many buttons to make it.
It was fun, and I can't wait for it to come back and, like you said, to get it
in your hands, because it's so much different than that. Like, this is a plate separation, and this is where the gloss will go. But then you get the gloss in real life, and you're just like, ugh, it's so gross. I love it.
So we are talking about the Monstrous Compendium for Eldraine creatures today. We are moving between buildings
Fuck happened to his hair? He looks bald.
right now, so there's going to be a little bit of noise because we are having to do this in the lobby and we don't have a studio space, so thank you for your patience. What is it? I'm very excited for this.
Monstrous Compendium Volume 4, Eldraine Creatures is what we're talking about. It is a collection, a compendium of monsters that are from the Magic the Gathering world of Eldraine.
This is a lot of monsters.
It's 25 monsters.
And what is, for those that are not familiar with this world, can you describe that Magic the Gathering setting?
Sure, Eldraine is Magic's fairy tale setting, basically. It's a world of knights who will go off and quest into the fairy tale wilderness and encounter fairies and gingerbread golems and goose hydras and turtle hydras and the classic fairy tales that a lot of us grew up with.
Yeah.
Have sometimes twisted representations in the world of Eldraine. So the minstrosity is is part of the sort of Hansel and Gretel analog in Eldraine, which is Sweet Tooth Village, this witch-created place where candy horrors run amok.
Again, like this is like the quirky, weirder version of the Feywild as well. Like this ties in very nicely if you liked, Witchlight.
Right.
Another book that we did. This is more monsters that can add to your campaigns. I love
Definitely.
Fey monsters.
Yes, there's like 3 small fairies and 4 high fae, they're called in Eldraine, which are Fey creatures that are in the CR 11 to 13 range, which is a pretty sweet spot for powerful Fey, I think, in the game. There's also a tie-in to Bigby Presents Glory of the Giants, which is nice. If you want to take your giant-themed campaign in a very Jack and the Beanstalk sort of route, there's more monsters in here, like a beanstalk worm.
Perfect.
Yes. The Tempest Heart is a lightning elemental sort of stag that lives in the clouds where the storm giants are. So all sorts of options and possibilities here.
What I like about monsters for any D&D setting is this is often like the nice gateway into playing D&D or being excited for D&D because we all can relate to monsters. or we all can appreciate a good monster. I would like to run through all these monsters because it's a sizable amount. We've got the Archon of Boundaries. What is that?
So Archons in Magic are celestials. They're sort of incarnations of white mana, but they're less angelic than angels. So they often show up in settings where angels don't feel quite right, but you want an angelic flavor. So we had Archons in Theros, where they were very rigid, lawful good forces in the world. In Ravnica, Archons are connected with the Guild of Azorius. Here, they're very sort of fey celestials. They always appear as hooded riders on a flying mount. And here that flying mount is a winged stag.
You mentioned the Beanstalk Worm.
Beanstalk Worm.
So, this would be fun for you specifically.
So worms in Magic, and that's worm with a U, not a O or a Y.
Yeah.
But they are limbless, wingless dragons in Magic. So the Beanstalk Worm is a great big worm that hangs out on beanstalks that are connected to giant realms. And it can sprout beanstalks up around it and do the things you expect worms to do, like swallow you whole.
There is a Deathless Rider. I'm already interested.
These are the Lich Knights of Eldraine. They've shown up on just a couple of cards, but they're the sort of mysterious undead riders that haunt the outer wilds far away from the human realm.
We've got the Dunbarrow Witch.
The Dunbarrow Witch is a human warlock-flavored NPC spellcaster, but it's the kind of witch, fairy tale witch who might be luring people to gingerbread houses or animating objects to do their bidding, or making poisoned apples, or gazing into mirrors.
Perfect.
Pretty much what you expect.
It's on the tin. We got the Fairy Borrower. Can you tell me about that?
So there's 3 fairies in here, the Borrower, the Pathlighter, and the Pest. And those correspond to magic cards in the 3 fairy colors of blue, white, and black. So the blue fairies, the Fairy Borrowers, are pixie or sprite-like. They're tiny, they're mischievous, and this was basically an opportunity for us to do a pixie or sprite-like stat block with a little bit more going on, more interesting stuff.
Awesome. And then you mentioned the Fairy Pathlighter.
The Fairy Pathlighter is the white fairy. They are human-sized, and again, almost sort of angelic figures. They will hold lanterns in the dark in the wild to guide travelers home, or guide them astray, maybe.
A little bit of will-o'-wisp
Yes.
vibes off of them.
Yep.
We've got the Fairy Pest.
So the Fairy Pest is the black aligned fairy. It's also small, looks like a child except for the scraggly feathered wings on its back. They are the most mischievous and often hurtful of the fairies.
Hence the pest
Yes.
element there. Yeah. We got the Ginger Brute, which I love, and this could go a number of ways.
The Ginger Brute is an animated gingerbread cookie.
Perfect.
It's fast.
That's terrifying.
It's got a speed of 60 feet.
Okay.
Run as fast as you can. You can't catch
What
me.
size is the Ginger Brute?
Tiny.
Okay, it's tiny, but brute.
Yes, because it's not friendly.
Okay. All right.
Turns out that wasn't vanilla extract in the unlabeled bottle.
Perfect. I cannot wait to use these in my game. Oh, wow. The Goose Mother. We're back to Goose.
I didn't intend for the giant goose in Bigby Presents Glory of the Giants to blow up quite
Yeah.
the way it did, but I love it. And so then I saw Jesper's art for the Goose Mother, this Goose Hydra, in the Magic set, and I knew it had to be in here.
We've got the High Fae Imposter.
So there's 4 high Fae stat blocks. I mentioned before they are in the challenge rating 11 to 13 range. So these are the noble Fae of the Fae court out in the wilds of Eldraine, opposed to the human realm. Talion, the kindly lord, is the leader of these Fae, but then the imposter is sort of a tricky shape changer. The kind guard is a martial warrior Fae who might serve as a palace guard to Talion. The High Fae Mage, as the name suggests, is very magic-y. And then the High Fae Noble are the highest echelons of the Fae courts. So they're really useful for populating Fae domains in any D&D setting, really.
Perfect. And then we've got the Knight of Eldraine.
Knight of Eldraine is sort of a very basic sort of human knight figure with one trait that links it to the 5 courts of Eldraine, which is advantage on checks and saving throws connected to one ability score. The 5 human courts all espouse one virtue. So the red court of Embereth holds courage as the highest virtue. So Knights of Embereth get advantage on wisdom saves and wisdom checks.
That's cool.
That sort of thing.
Perfect. The Nightmare Haunt. I'm very excited for this.
So part of the story of the Wilds of Eldraine set is that Ashiok, the nightmare-wielding planeswalker, is here and is connected to one of the 3 most powerful witches in the realm to spread a sleeping curse. It's basically a Sleeping Beauty story, but you've got these nightmare haunts that are connected to Ashiok who are feeding on the dreams and nightmares of people. You've got people who are sleepwalking around or even fighting in their sleep. So it's definitely got a eerie vibe to it. Then the Nightmare Haunt is sort of a walking incarnation of this wicked slumber.
I'm afraid to ask about the Ogre Chitterlord.
So there's actually 2 ogre cards in the Magic set that are sort of magic using ogres. And that was a hole I thought about filling in Bigby Presents Glory of the Giants and didn't get to. So it was sort of an added bonus for me that I got to throw in this ogre sort of witchy creature. They're called Chitterlords because they can summon rat swarms. But it's a magic-y ogre.
Perfect. I can't wait to make a cranium rat of that. So, Red Tooth Werefox.
So the red-tooth elves lived in a castle out in the wilds and were
cool.
cursed by a witch to become werefoxes. So every night they turn into werefoxes. So this is a stat block for that cursed elf werefox.
We've got the Sewer King. That's going to be fun.
Sewer King is a human-sized rat infused with demonic blood who got sort of a Pied Piper story going on in the Magic set. Lord Skidder of Edgewall is the exemplar of the sewer lord.
I love the rat stuff. We've got a Snapping Hydra, which, okay.
This one is inspired by a single card in the original Eldraine set from a couple of years ago. The Snapping Hydra. It's a turtle Hydra.
Yeah.
Basically, concept artists who worked on Eldraine came up with some wacky Hydra ideas, and one of them was a turtle that made it onto a card. It's in my Hydra commander deck, and so it had to be in here too.
I love that, like, for this project, like one of these things got in there because it's in your commander deck. I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
This is everything I need to know.
I mean, it's a turtle Hydra. It can pull into
It's
its
hard
shell.
not to add Turtle Hydra. Yeah,
Yes.
that's fair.
Yes.
We've got the Spectre of Night.
So specters in Magic are sort of the flip side of Archons. They are incarnate forces of black mana that, again, look like hooded riders on winged mounts. In the case of the Spectre of Night, it's actually the mount that's in charge. It sort of attaches a corpse to its back to animate them both.
Okay.
So it is a creepy undead flying thing that haunts the night and screams like a banshee.
Perfect. All right. That's terrifying. I hate it and love it at the same time.
That's the goal.
We mentioned before the Sweet Tooth Horror, which you can't really go
Sweet Tooth
wrong
Horror.
with that title.
Right. I mean, so the art is this monster made out of candy canes called the Minstrosity, but you can also use it for gingerbread things or sweet donut things. There's a lot of candy monsters connected again to the Hansel and Gretel idea.
Yeah.
There's also a sidebar I put in that entry that talks about how you might use different oozes as, a gelatinous cube. It would taste like fruit, perhaps, but it's still basically a gelatinous cube of Jell-O wandering through Sweet Tooth Village. You might have butterscotch pudding as ochre jelly or chocolate pudding as a black pudding. I had a little bit too much fun.
That's probably the most horrific thing of dying from an ooze or
What does it
gelatinous
taste
cube.
like?
Is like, oh, but it tastes great
Yeah.
the whole time. That's a weird way to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you thought about ooze flavoring, though. That's exciting for me. I think about gelatinous cubes a lot, as we have established today. We've got the Tempest Heart.
So the Tempest Heart is an elemental stag that lives up in the clouds with storm giants. So again, there's sort of a tangential connection to Big B there as a way to add flavor to something you're doing up in a Jack and the Beanstalk style setting. Lives at the top of beanstalks, of course.
So we have Tree Folk.
Tree folk appear in lots of Magic settings.
Yeah.
They're a lot like treants in D&D. I decided to include them in here because the art for them suggests that they're more magical than treants are. So this is sort of like a treant druid kind of thing with more magic stuff going on and more of a fairy tale flavor again.
Okay, so that brings us to the Witch Kite. Tell me about that.
Right. So kite is a word that Magic often connects to dragons. We have a lot of cards that are named Hellkite.
Yeah.
So the Witch Kite is a dragon with a witchy flavor. So it's kind of like a dragon warlock that feels very evil, very nasty, and witchy.
I'm excited for Dragon Warlock, yeah. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So tell me about the Witch Stalker.
So the Witch Stalker is a sort of giant wolf that has shown up on Magic cards in a number of different sets. But the idea in Eldraine is it's a big wolf-like creature that hunts magic. So hunts witches or other sources of powerful magic in the wilds.
What was fun about this project for you? You were at D&D, you were at Magic the Gathering, and now you bring in some of the Magic Gathering for this particular project. I love all things Fae, so I know I am excited for this, but what was exciting for you?
I love sort of living in the world in between the two brands, or going back and forth between them. I worked on the Magic team for like 6.5 years after 14 years on D&D. Back on D&D now, but being able to have my fingers in both pies is a lot of fun. And it's just, a tremendous rich source of inspiration to have this set of cards full of gorgeous art and use that art to inspire our design. It's a pleasure we often don't get to let the visuals of a thing define how we express it in the game.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Magic the Gathering. You have corresponding art every time.
Yes, and a ton of it, and it's awesome. But it was just a ton of fun to put these monsters together, to think about the holes in D&D that we're filling, giving you more cool and interesting Fae to play with, giving you more things you can tie into your Witchlight campaign or your giant-themed campaign. Just this fun spectrum of cool things to toss in and completely surprise your players with.
Do you have any advice? You having helmed this project with so many different monsters, do you have any advice on how to like run them or incorporate them into your current campaign? What I like is also the surprise factor of like my players. Some of my players are also dungeon masters, or they're very, very well schooled on all the monsters. So being able to throw something random at them can be really fun.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty is you can really just pick any one of these 25 monsters and use it in the game you're running now, or you can build a whole campaign themed around these and related monsters. There's also a page at the start of this that talks about other, mostly people-like creatures that live in Eldraine, pointing you to other stat blocks in the monster manual. The Witch Kite entry has a section talking about other dragons of Eldraine, taking, here's card art and here's the dragon in the monster manual you use.
Oh, perfect.
Because again, there's fire-breathing red dragons in Eldraine, but there's also blue-aligned dragons who might be more like a bronze dragon or like a moonstone dragon.
Right.
So in addition to the monsters that are here, there's lots of inspiration for pulling in monsters from other sources and weaving them together to represent Eldraine in your game in whatever way you want to.
What is the thing that you love about this setting the most?
I love the fairy tale whimsy of it. It's the same thing that, like, the first time Chris Perkins presented Wild Beyond the Witchlight to us and showed off the concept art and talked about his vision for the adventure, I was just like, this is so far outside of the D&D box. I love it. The whimsy of it.
Perfect.
The two designers who worked on this with me were Mackenzie Daramus and Carl Sibley. They both did an awesome job throwing together these cool monster designs in a pretty short timeline, so we're really happy to have it going out into the world.
I find that in D&D, like Ravenloft is a very creepy setting that has kind of this quirky kind of Halloween vibe, but sometimes I feel like the Feywild is even more so and even more dangerous, whereas like Ravenloft or anything associated with the Shadowfell is kind of oppressive. Feywild, there's like a different threat there. This is a place there are hags, or where you can have like a Gollum gingerbread man. Like,
Yeah.
there's a different type of potentially horror or fun to be had.
Absolutely. And the Feywild and the Shadowfell are mirrors of each other and of the material plane, but it's not like a good and evil mirror.
Yeah.
Or even a light and dark mirror. That sometimes the beauty and whimsy of the Feywild can be just as deadly as the overt spookiness of Ravenloft, and sometimes just as spooky. And you see that in the horror genre across the board, right? Like a lot of adult takes on fairy tales take a very creepy vibe to them because they're fundamentally horrific stories.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of these old fairy tales that we're talking about, that this setting is very keyed into, were like warnings to children.
Yes.
Like they were like kind of behavioral tutorials in some weird way.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why like everything has like a little lesson learned kind of vibe. I feel like that way for the Feywild as well. There's always like a weird like contract or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, be sure that you follow these rules.
Yeah. Of course, the beauty in both Magic and D&D in adapting these stories, like I remember in the first Eldraine set, there was a Goldilocks card where she was a bear hunter. She's got like a big axe or something.
I remember that. That was amazing.
And in the Hansel and Gretel story, I don't remember the name of the Gretel character, but she is going out to avenge her slain brother.
Yeah.
Right? So these aren't helpless children anymore.
I mean, I do love Magic's take, is like a little edgier on a lot of these like classical themes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for talking
My
about this.
pleasure.
I'm very excited to get my hands on this.
Hey there! Today we're here to tell you a little bit about Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse.
Planescape is a 3-book set. Setting book, a creature book, and we'll say an unexpected adventure.
My name's Wesley Schneider, and I'm one of 2 design co-leads on Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse.
My name's Matt Cole, and I make things look good.
Planescape is an entire multiverse of adventure, and whether this is your first visit or your 1000th, you're going to find something to love.
You will find something you love, but that said, we're going to defy your expectations as well.
Now let's talk a little bit about the setting. Imagine you've never been in a place with more than 10 people. And all of a sudden, you find yourself dropped into the center of Times Square. And there's lights, and there's music, and there's taxis, and there's everything. That's the experience of first setting foot into Sigil.
But in Sigil, you will find angels, demons, modrons, factions, keep flying things like the sun flies behind me, and lest we forget, the Lady of Pain.
The Lady of Pain is this incredible being. Imagine this 8-foot-tall, floating Statue of Liberty that drifts through the city, keeping everybody in line.
And that's just the city of Sigil. We haven't even gotten to the Outlands yet.
It's Sigil.
Is it? Now let's talk monsters. You'll find Davas, silent horn beings that enact the Lady of Pain's will. If you encounter one, just be sure you can speak in puzzles. There are also cute cranium rats. The more there are, the smarter they are. You may even find one in a trench coat.
We've got lots of other planar weirdos as well, like dark weavers, these gigantic, creepy arachnids that want to talk to you while they eat you. There's also more modrons, those quirky clockwork constructs. And then there's time dragons, these ancient dragons that already remember eating you.
Yeah, so try not to be lunch. And that's just a few of the monsters you'll encounter.
And now let's talk about the adventure. You wake up in the mortuary. I'm sorry to say that you've died. Mort, the snarky floating skull, greets you. And you realize that there's a mystery. Your memories are fractured, and every time you come back from the dead, come back a little different.
Then leaving the mortuary, bang, Times Square. Actually, Sigil, the city of doors, where you soon meet a new friend, Shemeshka, the foxy information broker, who offers to help you solve this mystery.
And that's just the beginning of your adventure across Sigil and the Outlands. Sigil, Adventures in the Multiverse, where the unexpected is just around the corner.
Purchase online or in-store, and be sure to check out the alt covers exclusively available at your friendly local game store. So it's Sigil, right?
Oh God, y'all made me second guess whether it's Sigil or Sigil.
No, it's,
God damn it.
It's a virus.
It is.
Hello, everyone. We are talking about finally one of the books I am the most excited for. It's Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse. Tell me about the book.
So it's a slipcase with 3 books in it. There is Mort's Planar Parade, which is a bestiary of planar creatures. There is Turn of Fortune's Wheel, a full-length adventure, and Sigil and the Outlands, which is aptly named and goes into detail about Sigil and the Outlands.
For some of those that do not know, how do you describe Planescape? This is just kind of the everything all at once D&D setting.
Yeah, I think the best way I have heard Planescape described is the backstage of the multiverse. I know Jeremy has used the analogy of Wile E. Coyote and the sheep kind of clocking out for the day, punching in their cards. You know, they fight during the day and then they walk and they punch their cards and then they're friends and they sit and they drink and that's kind of what you get with Planescape. You get the angels and the devils and the demons and sometimes some oozes clocking out for the day, coming out to Sigil and seeing, what is it like when they live in harmony under this enigmatic ruler, the Lady of Pain. So you get all of the fun things that come with that.
This is very hallowed ground. Planescape is beloved. I love Planescape quite a bit, and there's a lot of content in here. What was crucial to capture, did you feel?
The fascinating thing about Planescape is that it's everything that's D&D. It's not just the Forgotten Realm style of high fantasy or epic fantasy. It's not just Ravenloft horror. It's not just bits and pieces and genres from all across D&D's multiverse. It is D&D's multiverse. Ooh. It's everything. And it's the backstage of all of those places. Whenever a setting is talking about its deities, its fiends, its angels, its otherworldly creatures, all of those settings are pointing towards Planescape. it's all there. It's all of what lurks behind these realms. It's the secrets of the multiverse. It's the secrets of life and death. It's all of that. And then people live there and run bakeries and like have their normal lives, but then also have these incredible adventures spanning all possibilities and realities. So it's just that.
There's a weird familiarity in Planescape. Like, and this is one of my favorite things in fantasy. When you can have a bar and have a devil and an angel at the same table.
Yes.
Like, that is what Planescape often feels like where these different aspects of the D&D multiverse just kind of get stomped together for a moment.
Yes.
To either take a break or maybe to have like some weird clandestine spy stuff happen, but like it's this like the merging point is in Sigil.
Yes. The window of what's remarkable is very different for Sigil and Planescape. It's not just, oh, go to that town because they have a wizard what casts spells, or that person has a magic item.
Right.
Yeah, seen it. I mean, that's every day. That's everyone in Sigil and the Outlands. This is a place where here are the fiends, here are the gods, here are angels, here are unfathomable creatures, and that's all just every day, because the wonders of the multiverse and the questions of the multiverse are all out there. What's remarkable for folks who are used to walking by a pit fiend and a mind flayer and an archon just on the street is so much higher and so much different than it is for an everyday mortal. Once the scale of fantasy and the scale of just wonder is shifted to that point, then all of a sudden what adventures are and what stakes are and what dangers are gets pushed all the higher.
At the center of all of this, there is a city. What is the city, and how does this city exist?
The city is called Sigil. Much to the dismay of everyone who pronounces it the other way, it is Sigil. This is a city shaped like a torus. Hungrier fans will know a torus as a donut, and the city is on the inside of this torus. It hovers above the spire, this impossibly tall pillar of rock at the center of the Outlands, this outer plane at the center of the outer planes. The city is ruled by the Lady of Pain, and is known as the City of Doors because it has untold number of portals to every place. And because of that, every creature winds up in Sigil. Every good can pass through Sigil. Every enemy, except for gods and other creatures barred by the Lady of Pain, can walk freely and enter Sigil, as long as they don't disturb the lady.
Tell me a little bit about the gate towns. Each of these are very representative of the different planes.
Yes. So the gate towns are called gate towns because they are all centered around a portal to one of the different outer planes. So you've got the gate town that goes to the Nine Hells, or the gate town that goes to Bitopia, or the gate town to Pandemonium, or whatever have you. And every one of them is just a little bit different from that plane.
Right.
But the people who are there are all gravitating towards the alignments and the forces and the immortal beings that make those planes their homes. Now, the gate towns become these trading hubs for anybody who maybe wants to do business with folks in these outer planes, but perhaps don't want to go to the sometimes destructive other realities that are right through that gate.
Right.
They also all try to keep just a little different, because one of the big threats to a gate town is that if it aligns too closely with the plane beyond the gate, that it will just become part of that plane. It will just get like sucked in, and the portal will remain, but the gate itself, or the gate town itself, will now have become part of that plane. Even in the case of the adventure, this has recently happened to the gate town of Faunal, where it is now rebuilding after past Faunal in recent memory, whatever that means in the infinities of the planes. has fallen into the Beastlands.
For example, like the gate town for Mechanus, if it becomes too orderly, that just goes into Mechanus and is no
Yes.
longer a town.
Yes, absolutely. In the cases of some of the evil gate towns, for example, they're run by these villains who still cultivate just enough either lawlessness or law or like goodness or whatever have you to make sure they can retain their grip on the gate town and then don't just become the lowest possible rung in the lower planes.
See, I love that because that infers to me like at some point like you need like some kind of force there that is like ensuring we need this many crimes, we need this many robberies to maintain a little bit of disorder so that this town doesn't disappear. I'm very excited for how Modrons handle this kind of issue. Like we have to prescribe a certain amount of disorder.
Yes.
So I think that's a lot of fun. On top of all of this, we have an adventure. Tell me a little bit about this story, how people should prepare for it, this adventure.
Essentially, in this adventure, the characters are subject to a multiversal glitch. So weird things are going to happen to the characters in this adventure. If you've ever thought, maybe while playing, I wonder if I had made a rogue instead. I'm really locked into this paladin, but man, the wizard at our table is doing some cool stuff. This is probably the adventure for you because you get to test drive a few different things in this adventure. Fans of the Planescape Torment video game will see all sorts of nods to that story in the circumstances of the way the adventure begins, but also in sort of the core mechanic that is happening throughout. The adventure is really interesting in that somewhere in the adventure there is a level jump. If you've wanted to play a higher level adventure but maybe didn't have the time to get there, this adventure will have some surprises.
And where did we start off with in the adventure in terms of level?
Well, you'll start at level 3
Yeah.
In the city of Sickle.
There is a point where you find yourself suddenly at 17th level.
Yes. The adventure has 3 parts. The first part begins in Sigil. There are a couple opportunities in the adventure where you can really explore Sigil. You can use the gazetteer that's included in Sigil and the Outlands, but the first part of the adventure really showcases a lot that Sigil has to offer in terms of its philosophies, the interesting things that you can run into, all of the different creatures, and then just the different wards you get to go to.
Part of what makes things so weird, though, is that very early on, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to die. And when you die, that's going to be when your DM is going to work with you to create 2 more characters. How elaborate you want to make this, how much you want to go into that, whether you've been playing a fighter and all of a sudden you want to make a wizard, whether you've been playing a fighter and now you want to make a fighter what has a mustache. Like, these are all viable options. But the idea is that the multiverse doesn't really know what to do with you. Like, you're suffering from some sort of multiversal glitch. And your character, after dying, very soon after, reappears, but with a slight adjustment to it. There's just some slight variations, some slightly different incarnation of them. And you soon realize that the multiverse doesn't really know who you are or what you are. So rather than sending you on to the afterlife or whatever have you, you come back in sort of a different probability variation of yourself.
Right.
And that's going to be something that goes on throughout the game. You will be, or throughout the adventure, you'll continually be shifting from incarnation to incarnation, from one of 3 different versions of yourself, as you try to figure out what's wrong with the multiverse and why you're at the center of it.
What is it that you, in particular for you, what do you enjoy about Planescape?
I think my favorite thing about Planescape, and I will quote a much younger Chris Perkins back in 1994 in an interview that debuted on Mimir.net, said that he liked Planescape and it was his favorite settings because it tested the creativity of the designer. Planescape is the one setting where all of the toys are at your disposal. You don't have to, think, does this creature make sense in this world, given all of the story for this? It is this big melting pot of Sigil and the Outlands where, in the Outlands, an angel can walk out of the gate to Mount Celestia and within a matter of hours end up at the gate to the Nine Hells. And characters can do the same thing. So all of the opportunities of any creature, any person can happen across a portal, and those stories are ready to be told.
What gravitated you towards this so much?
I love the higher level. I love so much of the adventure. The adventure goes to some wild places. It's got wild concepts going on. It's got great monsters. You go across Sigil, you go across the Outlands. But as you're going through it, the stakes just get higher and higher.
So
Things get weirder and weirder, and hopefully things that people have never seen at their D&D tables start to show up. So like, for example, in the adventure, you get a walking citadel that will travel you across the Outlands. In the course of it, you go to gate towns, but then also like you encounter fiends and angels effectively having a sporting competition. You encounter a time dragon who already knows you. You've never met them before, but they have a different experience with chronology, so you have this fascinating encounter with them. You run into a group of worshippers of the lizard folk god Seamaya, who are essentially like health enthusiasts, and they want to like take you back to Seamaya's realm and like engage in contests with you, and are just good sports. What? Like, so much of this is so wild, is so weird, but it all works perfectly.
Still very D&D.
Absolutely.
People keep on trying to say Sigil. I'm not going with you.
Okay. So, turns out there's a thing in the English language called heteronyms.
Oh.
They are words that are spelled away, but are said differently. WIND. Is it wind? Is it wind? Is it reed? Is it red? Is it tear? Is it tear? Is it sigil or is it sigil? If you are referring to a symbol, the word sigil is a synonym for symbol or mark or whatever have you. Nevertheless, that spelling is used for the City of Doors, and it in the works of past designers on D&D, in video games and other sources, has quite consistently been said as sigil.
Right.
In deference to the original designers on the game, myself and other members of the team refer to it as sigil.
Right.
But that being said, there is another English word that is spelled the same way that is pronounced sigil.
Right.
Whether you want to call it sigil or sigil,
It's your table.
follow your bliss. Like, nobody from our team is ever going to tut anyone about how they want to pronounce the name of the City of Doors.
I will though. I will. I'm just gonna pop in at conventions, just like nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
as
it
I'm
is
known to do. Yeah.
But it is sigil.
Yeah.
In the adventure, Turn of Fortune's Wheel, it was most important for us that it feels like Planescape. So it needs to feel like the weirdness is there, the stakes are there, the multiversal span to it.
Yeah.
And you start at third level.
Yeah.
Which is immediately a challenge with like when there's pit fiends and devas walking around, how do you, a little third level character, feel like something significant is going on? And part of that is to put you at the heart of the weirdness. In a way, the characters themselves are part of the weirdness that's going on. very early on in the adventure, you wake up in the mortuary. This is going to be immediately familiar to pretty much anyone who's played Planescape Torment, because we wanted to have that Easter egg very early on. You wake up in the mortuary, Mort shows up, and is immediately there like, hey, you're alive, but you're not the guys that I'm looking for, and moves on. But from there, you have to escape the mortuary, you have to go out and explore Sigil, and your adventures proceed from there. Part of what makes things so weird, though, is that very early on, there's a pretty good chance that you're gonna die. And when you die, that's gonna be when your DM is going to work with you to create 2 more characters. How elaborate you want to make this, how much you want to go into that, whether you've been playing a fighter and all of a sudden you want to make a wizard, whether you've been playing a fighter and now you want to make a fighter idea with you. Like, you're suffering from some sort of...
Did I just watch the same?
of multiversal glitch. And
This is the same
your
thing as
character, after dying, very soon after, reappears. It's going to be something that goes on throughout the game. You will be, or throughout the adventure, you'll continually be shifting from incarnation. This thing where it's just like, no, the multiverse exists as it is, and everything has its place, and it all makes sense. And even if it means that an individual gets just bowled over by the forces of the multiverse, that is the way that it is. That's not the case in this. The power of belief in Planescape can change the entirety of the multiverse. One person, one character can, if they're out of whack or out of sorts, they can just be the first part of an entire cascade that might change whole planes, whole like immortal concepts, all of this. So even though the character is being sort of out of sorts with the multiverse in a way, seems like it might be a small thing, through their adventures, through what's happening to them, they set forth on this epic that has the potential to completely reshape the multiverse.
I feel like there's going to be a really dark moment in some groups where they really need a rogue to open a door, or they really need a cleric, and they're just going to maybe off one of their own party to maybe play the odds. Maybe we're going to roll a rogue. Yeah, he's a great fighter, but we could use a cleric right now. Sorry, buddy, you got to go. Let's see what the glitch brings back.
Yes, absolutely. And that's a feature of this, not a bug. There's going to be folks who ask, like, well, is there really any threat to the adventure if I know my character's just going to come back? It's like, yes, you're not coming back immediately.
Yeah.
Like, there's robust details in this on how to run this to make sure that, like, stakes still remain high. And we don't lean into things where it's like, oh, well, this machine could be shut down if you... you can gag the dragon if you throw 4 bodies into it. Like, we don't get into that.
Yeah.
But nothing, like, what goes down at your table stays at your table.
I don't want to ruin the adventure that we find here, but, like, what are some of the elements that people are going to be witness to? I know Modrons are involved, for instance.
Modrons are definitely involved. Sigil and the Outlands are the 2 primary settings for it. So there are folks out there that definitely have a fan favorite in Shemeshka, the Arcanoloth. She is one of our prime frenemies throughout this adventure, so you get to go to Fortune's Wheel, her casino. Shemeshka is this Arcanoloth information broker who's so sly and so stylish and has her fingers in many sinister soups. And she wants to help the characters so long as they help her. So you end up going to Fortune's Wheel, her casino, and you have the opportunity to play all of these wild planar games. For me, one of my favorite elements in it are the Mimirs. So Mimirs are these magical floating skull-like devices that have in them information from across the planes. There's so much to know about Planescape, the outer planes, Sigil, all the creatures that live there. No DM should have to feel like they need to do a survey course on extraplanar physics to get folks on the same page as the setting.
Yeah.
So Mimirs exists as essentially these little floating sages. You can ask them their questions about whatever topic in the multiverse, and they will do their best to answer, typically from recordings from explorers from across the planes. So you get one of these relatively early on in the adventure. But you also realize that the one that you have is missing information. And as part of the adventure, you're set off on a tour across the Outlands to fill in the gaps that this Mimir is missing.
Oh, interesting.
And in the course of doing that, ultimately, you'll get the information that you need. But until then, the Mimir is going to be relying on you to fill in that information. And whether characters end up being accurate in their information or whether their information is skewed, all of that's going to be taken in by the Mimir. And what ramifications that might have could potentially be significant in a setting that is so much about what you believe becomes reality.
So within this setting, not only do we have this big, massive city, but we also have gate towns, which they're connected to Sigil, and they are part of Planescape, but they also are very representative of kind of a particular plane of existence.
So the gate towns they're in the Outlands. So Sigil is at the top of the spire at the center of the Outlands. So there's a bit of a debate whether or not Sigil is actually in the Outlands,
Right.
or if it's beyond it in a place of its own. There's evidence to suggest both, as all good things in Planescape. There are 16 gate towns. They get their name gate towns because they are each constructed around this planar gate to one of the outer planes. Of course, they might have other portals in them, some leading to Sigil and other places, but these gates bring these magical properties. We have this idea that being in close proximity to somewhere that is bordering the Nine Hells, for example, brings the energy of that plane, some of the philosophies of that plane, and kind of roots this sort of abstract thing at times to a physical place. So each of the outer planes are detailed in the Dungeon Master's Guide. They're kind of these endless dimensions that are at the extremes of alignment. You have limbo that is constantly changing. If you go to limbo, you might walk on a piece of wood that suddenly turns into stone, and before you realize it, it is chlorine gas that is about to explode. It's kind of hard to adventure there as a low-level character.
Yeah.
Luckily, you can go to the gate town, Zeos, which borders limbo. It's still going to have a piece of limbo. You get the taste of the outer plane without having to do all of it, essentially. So you won't find the 9 layers of the 9 hells in the gate town of Ribcage, but you will find the philosophies of archdevils. You will find a fair number of devils. It will probably be hot most days. And then you get some exciting things that can only happen at that border. The cool thing too is they're all at the center, or they're these spokes along the wheel of the cosmos, and in that way they are ringing the Outlands. You can actually go from town to town if you want. You can start at the top and go all the way around and visit each one of them.
One of my favorite, there's a Mechanist town.
Yes.
There are
Automata.
Modrons.
Yes.
Tell me about this.
Yes, there are a lot of Modrons. So as you can imagine, Mechanist is extremely orderly. It is a well-oiled machine. It is run by Modrons and representatives from Mechanist or outside, but it is a bureaucratic nightmare. If you've ever stood in line at the DMV, you can have that experience turned up to an 11 in Automata, but you also get all of the other things that are fun with that too. You know, it's not just standing in lines. You can imagine this is a place
I love that whenever there's lines, people automatically go to the DMV.
where most of the buildings look alike. Where if you visited a city that uses gridded streets and numbers, this is that way. The town, the gate to Mechanus has this kind of metronome's tick to it. And as you step into Automata, you notice that everything feels synchronized to that beat. If someone is hammering a nail and building something, you'll find that it is matching the march of a Modron walking by, maybe the flap of a bird gliding high above. It's kind of horrifying when you think it's kind of creepy. And that's the way a lot of the gate towns are like that. It's really neat at first, and then you're like, how can anybody live here?
Right.
And that's hopefully what other characters will think. There's also a train station. So if you remember the Concordant Express from Keys from the Golden Vault, there is a terminus to that station that comes out of the gate to Mechanus, and there is also a sort of opposite town called the Inverse underneath, because there's this principle that if essentially this town becomes too orderly, it is cosmically realigned. It is drawn into the gate. It becomes a piece of Mechanus itself, and that plane gets a little bit bigger, and then the town must kind of start anew. So things that are not orderly that are in Mechanus kind of keep it rooted in the Outlands. So there's this whole other town underneath that's literally upside down, called the Inverse. And if you have a wonderful lawful court that is everything to the letter of the law in Automata, in the Inverse you have this kind of anarchic, farcical kangaroo court underneath, kind of keeping it here.
How many of these towns are in the book?
So there are 16 towns in the book. This is probably my favorite thing about the book, because in a lot of instances, these towns weren't explored a lot in Planescape's original debut. A lot of them got maybe a page or two. Now some were detailed further in adventures like the Great Modron March. But a few of them, there's a little bit of a fresh take. For example, the gate town of Faunel that goes to the Beastlands. In this book, you'll see that it has actually gone through cosmic realignment. So you have this gate town that's essentially starting over. And the town has different factions of these awakened animals that are trying to each rise to the top of the food chain. And the characters might end up embroiled in that conflict.
What stands out to me with Planescape and Sigil as well, and obviously the gate towns, is that you could kind of fit any genre that you want. I like the eclectic, kind of quirky, like you mentioned, like after work vibe that Planescape has. Like you kind of see how the sausage, either you're seeing how the sausage gets made, or you're seeing everyone in their downtime finally.
Yeah.
All the people in charge of the multiverse. But there is a sense that, like, if you want a gothic horror story, you could shove it into Sigil easily. There's enough space.
Yeah.
If you wanted a detective story that was around, like, hunting down a rogue Modron or something, you could fit that in there too. I feel like you could base a campaign of your liking in this setting or one of these gate towns.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it really is a little bit of everything. The gate towns too have their own kind of philosophies. They're predisposed to. Some of them will tell certain flavors of story better than others. For example, Excelsior, the town that borders Mount Celestia.
That's cool.
There's kind of an idea that what is it like if you live on the border of only good and only perfection? But everything else is going to look pretty comparatively worse. You might not want to leave. You also have, if people are always devoted to perfection and always trying to look out for their neighbors, maybe they're a little nosy. Maybe you get some intrigue, some kind of, like neighbors watching each other, reporting each other sort of vibes, in addition to kind of the campaigns that you would think about for, dealing with angels and stuff. The same is true of, it's not just always Mount Celestia. For example, in the gate town of Fortitude, which is connected to the peaceable kingdoms of Arcadia. This is a plane where everything is orderly, kind of like you'd see in Mechanus, but it's orderly with the sprinkling of good in there. So it's kind of like you take Mount Celestia and Mechanus and combine them. And then this is the town that borders those things. So the people are obsessed with perfection and appearances and looking a certain way. You could imagine that, this is a place where people's outfits have to be perfect, where the poor person that has to do the hedges every morning needs every blade of grass to be the same length. What happens when that order is disrupted? What happens when the characters who are not perfect come into that environment? And how does that environment affect the people and the way they interact with each other? I think those are all really interesting stories that you can really explore in just that one gate town. And there are 15 others. So there's a lot to have at your disposal.
Awesome. Cool. Alright, well, it's been a few days. Stop.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Chris Perkins. He wrote
That is very loud.
a really fantastic short adventure that is very Minecraft themed, and he's going to tell us all about it.
Thank God.
So this short adventure is called Lightning Keep, and what it does is it takes some of the monsters that we released earlier this year in a Monstrous Compendium Minecraft themed digital product and kind of sculpts an adventure around those monsters. So if you're a DM and you're looking for a short one-session experience, you can download a copy of this adventure, Lightning Keep, and also use the stat blocks for those monsters that came out earlier, and basically, take your players on this fun little adventure. And in the adventure, like with all adventures, even if you don't want to use the Minecraft monsters, they're really easy to sub out. The story behind the adventure, I don't want to spoil too much. Suffice to say, it involves a dragon who's misbehaving, and the characters can do something to help some people who are threatened by the dragon. And that something takes them to this location, Lightning Keep, which I must admit was somewhat inspired by Flash Gordon, the movie. Because there's that scene in the movie where they activate the lightning shield around the capital city to keep Flash Gordon out, and he finds a way inside anyway. And that image stuck in my mind. Plus, I've always had sort of an affection and fondness for lightning, and have been struck by lightning at least once in my life.
So, you have?
Yes. That's how I got my superpowers.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's sort of how Lightning Keep came to be. Plus, it was just an excuse to create a fun, brand new map that even if you don't want to run the adventure, the map is still really cool. It's just a really nice looking keep that you can drop into an existing campaign and use as you will.
What are your Dungeon Master tips for anyone who maybe they're a big Minecraft fan and they've been a player of D&D, but now that this is the moment they want to try to run D&D for the first time? What's your advice?
When we took those Minecraft monsters and created D&D versions of them, we made them playable so that you could drop them into any campaign. For instance, there's a creature called a blaze, which is essentially a variant of a fire elemental. And there are creatures called wolves of the overworld, which are similar to wolves in D&D. And then there's a creature called endermen, who are from another world, who sort of merge through shadows to invade other spaces and things like that. And so there are these creatures out there, but they're the types of creatures that are very easy to drop into any D&D campaign, because D&D is already full of wacky monsters. What we wanted to do here was just show how these monsters can fit very easily into a very standard D&D adventure. And Lightning Keep is designed for third level characters, so it's pretty low level, it's easy to use. And In the encounters where you meet these Minecraft monsters, they feel true to their Minecraft origins, but they're in a D&D setting, so we're kind of, playing with them a bit. And because it's a location-based adventure, it's really easy to run. There are no complicated strings of events that need to be worked out. You have the map. When the characters go to a specific area on the map, you have the description of the area, and off you go. Short adventures like this one are very customizable, and I think that's really the key, and the advice I give to DMs is if the idea of the characters exploring a keep and unearthing its secrets are kind of fun, take a look at the adventure and then adjust it and modify it as you see fit. And the adventure will help you do that in some respects, and in others, as a DM, you just have license to do what you want.
I can't wait to see D&D and Minecraft combined. That trailer was nuts. I'm sure a lot of people are very excited for this content. What was fun about merging Minecraft and D&D?
So we have been wanting to do this for a long time because we have a lot of Dungeons and Dragons fans in the studio. So yeah, we really need to make it happen. And I think there is a bit of D&D DNA into Minecraft, so it kind of feels like there is overlapping here. And
there is literally no.
And the
overlap
thing was
between
like,
Dungeons
yes,
and
but
Dragons and
how do
Minecraft.
we do it? How do we make it happen? So it was about this defining what it could be, what it definitely was not going to be, and then finding the best partner for it. And we had Everbloom, who had D&D as top or nearly top of the IP they wanted to work on, and we say, wow, this looks like it's going to be a very good match.
Yeah, so we specialize in story content, and that was one of the reasons also we were approached. This is the first Minecraft DLC that is story-driven. It's the first thing that is really about completing a linear story, beginning, middle, and end. It's certainly the first one that's fully voiced, but yeah, the fantasy setting of Minecraft paired really well with D&D. So there was a lot of stuff already there for us, in terms of some of the blocks and so forth. And also sort of that theming and state of mind for the player to set the tone. I think that one of the things that was really hard about bringing it over was that D&D being so much about storytelling is really about, like, there's a cinematic quality that, of course, when you're playing a tabletop is often in your head. And something that we needed to bring to the game. And so that's also something that we specialize in as well. Is what you can see behind me is this is an Aurora Borealis that we put in Icewind Dale in the game. And so there's a lot of effects like that. We made some innovations in audio, our audio engine. We've done some really cool things to really elevate Minecraft to that cinematic level that you want it to be at when you're telling a grand story like one in the Forgotten Realms.
Was that in any way nerve-wracking to add, Ricardo, any type of story-driven content for Minecraft?
It was terrifying. I mean, because Minecraft, by definition, is a sandbox open-ended game. Now, when we do this collaboration, we normally default go into adventure mode, which constrains more, so you cannot break everything, so you can have a story. And then it was like Everbloom say, okay, we want to go full voiceover. Hold on a second, we have never done full voiceover on a license.
And that's our thing, and we were very adamant about that.
No, we need to do it. And we were like, okay, let's give it a go if you're feeling good about it. And actually, it was a great call because when you are in, it's really immersive, it really drags you in. It starts with a Dungeon Master voiceover, which really introduces you to the game, and then it moves you into the game world, and there's this transition, and there's all the banter between the characters, and the personality of the character is not just voiceover, it's voice acting, and it adds a lot. And it's all in English only. We cannot fit more languages, unfortunately, but even if you, and there will be some subtitles so you can understand the story, but even if you don't understand the language, it will work. It will give you the narrative, give you the mood, the emotions.
What's the most quintessential thing that's important when you're making anything for Minecraft?
When making anything for Minecraft, I think everybody will give you a different answer. But for our studio, it's really twofold, and they go hand in hand. First is storytelling, and that is even in things outside of Dungeons and Dragons, we are always very story focused. We believe that Minecraft has a capacity for storytelling that's not really explored enough. There's so many possibilities for storytelling, and the second is elevating Minecraft to something greater than the sum of its parts. And that's sort of goes into what I was talking about with these cinematic effects, with our beautiful custom soundtrack, and all of these things together. We want you to feel like whenever we make anything, we want you to go, I can't.
Todd, why are you
believe they
staring
did
at
this in
the camera?
Minecraft.
Nobody
We
stares
want
at the
you to
camera
be
on a Zoom
playing.
meeting. That's just fucking weird. I just noticed that. my brain, like, we're 4 minutes and 37
its
seconds in,
your own
but I
game.
felt this weird
Not just
sensation
the
that
DLC
something
for
was watching
Minecraft,
me,
but
and of course it
this
was
is the
fucking
game.
Todd looking
It
straight
was
at the
very
fucking
interesting, especially
webcam.
at the beginning. It was like, okay, let's try to figure out what this DLC, what this game is not. So go by, okay, is it going to be a virtual tabletop? Nah, it's not going to be a virtual tabletop. It wouldn't work in Minecraft. There are plenty already. It's not what we want to do. Okay, is it going to be your perfect video games D&D simulator? No, that's Baldur's Gate 3, which does it, in spades, and it's fantastic. But no, that doesn't really work. So it's going to be tied to Minecraft. So if you think about Minecraft, you're going to be a character. Yes, it's going to be action-based, and you're going to move into an open world. Yes, you're going to do that. So all these things, yes, they are Minecraft and they work, but there are a number of things which are not Minecraft and are D&D, and those needs to be layered on. So we need classes. We don't have classes in Minecraft. Let's have some classes. Stats. Oh yes, progression. And then you have the setting. You have the Forgotten Realms, the characters, the lore, and that was the magic that Everbloom managed to wave together to make it happen.
I think there are two kind of main things that I want to touch on. The first is you're talking about the classes. The combat in this game is completely custom, so we didn't use any of the vanilla stuff that Minecraft comes with. We had to recode health and damage and everything because this is much more advanced than what Minecraft typically has. So you're going to have enemies in normal Minecraft, right? You'd have a zombie that sort of just goes like that, hits you again and again repeatedly, sort of mindlessly. And in our game, we have different attacks, multiple attacks with different effects. We have the classes which can attack at different speeds, and that scales with your different stats. We have classes that have different abilities, and those all need to interact correctly as you would in any game. And just in general, the combat itself was a real tremendous challenge to really overhaul completely to a new system. When we were first coming up with the idea, we talked about what are the essential pillars of D&D and what are the things that we want to focus on. And I don't remember exactly what we presented, but in talking about tabletop versus the video game, we knew that tabletop, similar to Baldur's Gate 3, was not going to capture our audience, nor was it really going to be a good fit for Minecraft. Everyone already is used to the real-time combat that Minecraft has, so we wanted to lean into that. So as a result, when you play, you'll notice the stats aren't exactly, what they do in Dungeons and Dragons tabletop. They complement more of our combat system, to adjust the speed of your attack and how often you.
How is this dungeon? So how is this Dungeons and Dragons then? Like that doesn't.
What
make
were
any
like some of the
sense.
crunchy things that you
literally are
added
just
that were
doing-
quintessential to D&D?
So we started
doesn't look
out
like
with talking
Dungeons and
about
Dragons at all.
what classes we wanted and what the kind of the scope of that was. We said, okay, we can't do every single class. We want to do what are the ones that people are going to want to play. And we got some data about like what are the most popular classes, and we did some research on how their abilities would interact with each other. You start out with 2 class abilities that are unique to your class, and you keep those for the whole game. And then through story elements, which I will not spoil, everybody in each chapter gets 1 additional spell, but it's the same for all classes. And they're all sort of themed. So it's not exactly the same way that it works in the tabletop. We wanted to be able to focus more on the story and the quality of the actual gameplay than focusing
so it's
on
not like Dungeons and Dragons
the
at all. It's just a
character
medieval-
building element. So speaking about, you know, the
just
different
a
pillars of
medieval
D&D, we've got that pillar of player choice, we have the pillar of storytelling, we have the pillar of character customization. And we decided that the character customization was less important to us when it came to than storytelling and, you know, getting this narrative and connecting with people. So you get that D&D flavor. You know,
No,
I
you
don't expect to be spending, you know, 3 hours in character creation. It's just a stat assignment and pick a class, and you get thrown right into it. That being said, playing different classes does present you with different experiences. So you'll want to replay it to see how combat differs, what kind of strategies you're going to use differently.
You know, we talked about the kind of like the tentpole things about D&D. What's important for Minecraft to maintain? Because
33 minutes.
you know, when you're kind of merging these two worlds, Ricardo, what was important to maintain, like Minecraft?
The approach we have in Minecraft, I think we found that it was very similar to the approach we found with working with Wizard of the Coast. So it's like, right, as long as you don't break it, it's fine. Go for it. Try a few things. It's like we have some policies, some do and don'ts. So for example, we have policy about firearms, like no firearms in Minecraft, no guns. But that's not a problem with D&D.
It's not a problem, yeah.
No guns, really? There's been modders that have.
That's easy for this one. Other than that, we have some limitation about the character size, but you can do whatever you want with monsters and NPCs, so that's fine as well.
That's true.
Then yeah, it's pretty much fair game. What you want to keep from Minecraft is the sense of freedom, the sense of agency, the sense of I can make my own way through whatever is the experience at hand. And I think this does it very well. This hits, I think, the classic pillar of D&D, combat, exploration, roleplay. It's all three, and it adds something else. It adds some flavor, some personality that is hard to find, even in different games.
We wanted to tell a story that was able to say something meaningful and something deep, but we also knew that there are restrictions on Minecraft of what kinds of stories we can tell, because we can't go too dark. We can't be super bloody. So one of the things that was difficult was finding how to tell a story that's going to connect both with kids and adults, longtime players of D&D. What's, you know, themes that everyone can connect to. We've had so many great responses, like Ricardo said, to, you know, connecting with the characters.
Yeah, finding the tone was really important. Minecraft is a everyone 10+ game, so yes, it needs to fit with the rating, so that's very important. But also finding the voice, and something I found a bit surprising is that you are a character here. Okay, you choose your class, but the character has a name and as a voice, so it's not your.
That was a big discussion in production. Yeah.
The new protagonist, which is basically your stand-in, is going to go every time, and no. The character talks a lot, talks back, has opinions, has soul, but it works. When I play personally, I never feel like I'm forced into a character. I'm like that's not me. It works in the story, works in the narrative. So that was a bold choice. I think it's going to pay off. Hopefully, people will enjoy it.
Yeah, we knew we wanted to have a buddy adventure. So when we started with that, we were like, okay, well, let's. We're probably going to want the main character to be silent. And we started to try and write it, and it was a slog. It just wasn't feeling good. You didn't really get any relationship between the characters. So yeah, I think it was definitely a good move.
I'm curious, do you have like some favorite monsters or areas that you ported into Minecraft, like between both of you? Like, was it funny seeing these monsters brought to life in Minecraft?
It was unbelievable. Let me tell you, I love seeing everything that our team makes. It's so remarkable. And one of the things that I think worked really well is we focused a lot on the play.
So Mojang did like nothing. That's what I'm hearing. Mojang just let them have the DLC, which this company made.
Player experience and like sight lines when doing the level design, and that actually really paid off in a bigger way than we thought it would.
I mean, nothing against
because you
Ricardo,
get these nice
but
framings of each location, and each location
Minecraft
brings
did shit
like it has a real atmosphere and brings
Mojang,
the feeling of these places to life. So every location is really special in its own way. Also, with all the dungeons, each of the monsters, they're made with what monsters are going to be there in mind, and it's all lore accurate to D&D in terms of where do these monsters live, how do they live, and there's sort of little stories told with where monsters appear and what monsters they're with. I'm a personal favorite is the Shambling Mound, not because of any abilities or anything. I just think it's very imposing, and everything. It's worth noting that, as with all Minecraft DLC, we wanted to keep the Minecraft feel. So it's not like we put in, super high resolution models or anything. We're not trying to, throw Minecraft out the window. It was really important to us to maintain the feeling of Minecraft. So
really, 'cause you get kicked out
it's all
otherwise.
still voxelized, made of blocks. So like the Shambling Mound, even though a large part of it is, its main body is very cubic, the nuance that our artists were able to put into it, making it feel and look gross and have things dripping off of
see a picture of it?
is really cool to see.
Is it weird that I'm excited for the gelatinous cube? It feels like it's time to shine is in Minecraft. Like this is its big day.
It very much is a slime from Minecraft with a different texture. That is a very cool thing though, is we have a nice little detail. There are really cool details to find in this map that I'm excited for people to notice. And one of those is the gelatinous cube has little bits of like skeleton bone, and so when it does its attack, which swallows you up and you get stuck inside of it, you can sort of see the I think there's a skull of like the previous victim, which is very cool, and that sort of jiggles around like it's in Jello.
I love it. How long is this content potentially? I mean, it seems pretty meaty.
For a first-time player, if you're really taking your time to see everything, it's about 10 hours. If you are rushing through, probably 5 hours.
That's a lot. Even looking at the trailer, and the trailer was so well received, and there was so much excitement. It just feels charming in a way I haven't experienced. It's just a very charming looking piece of DLC.
Thank you. That opening scene that you see in the trailer, I will tell you, you only get to go there once, and that's in the very beginning of the game. But I think it works because we all collectively had this idea that we wanted to pursue of being thrown the book, so to speak.
Yeah.
And actually starting to play D&D, and then you go into the mind of the DM and the mind of the players. And so we wanted to capture sort of that 80s basement with the open pizza boxes and the open the old computer on the side that was moved out of the way so you could push the table in, and the moving boxes of stuff from college that you left behind. All of those things are in there. There's a ton of detail in that room, including all those foods are D&D themed. So I believe there's Displacer chips or something.
I think there's an Orcus pop drink in there.
They're cute little things there. Yeah.
Was there a big challenge? Like, you have an inventory system.
I think the biggest technical challenge with this map was dealing with stuff like inventory and skills. And there's a tremendous amount of information that you have to communicate that Minecraft doesn't really support that level of information. So we created a in-game menu system that you can navigate using your movement directions with different like tabs of the inventory. So we basically did away with the Minecraft inventory completely and sort of coded our own thing, that a little menu backpack that you take everywhere with you, which I think people are really going to like, is a very satisfying, juicy kind of interactive system.
Perfect.
It is also very useful because I always go into there is a quest log and say, oh, what am I supposed to do? Okay, this is the quest. So it helps me just going through.
And for people who are new to D&D or just want to refer.
Get fucked, Ricardo. Dude got cut off on the end. Oh, Ricardo, I feel so bad for you. Why are you even in this meeting,
Pressure.
man?
There's also a glossary that updates as you go through the game when new terms or new beasts are introduced, and you can look and read a little bit about them.
Was it difficult adding skills to this? How do you do that? Like, are there dice rolls? How does this happen in Minecraft?
Skills are a little bit harder to pinpoint. They're all kind of unique. As I said, that ties into our custom combat system. But practically, the way that they work is they're represented in your hotbar, and you interact to use them, and there's a cooldown that happens for each of them. And so we're not dealing with spell slots or anything like that. And
so unrealistic
with the
for
die
Dungeons and
rolls,
Dragons.
the die rolls in combat, that was a big decision about what we wanted to do with dice in combat. We ultimately decided that in order to keep real-time combat feeling exciting, we didn't want to bog you down in a bunch of die rolls. So passively, while you're fighting, there is a chance you get a little pop-up notification that says that you rolled a nat 20, and you do double damage for that hit. There's no nat 1 or anything like that in combat. It didn't really play well in testing. Yeah. But the real way that dice rolling comes into this game is in dialogue and skill checks. So during dialogue, you'll have various moments where you can decide to use a certain skill. And of course, depending on how you spec'd out your character, those skills will be different. There's a little die rolling animation that happens on screen. And something that is crucially different than Baldur's Gate 3 is that every single choice always has a unique nat 20 option, because we wanted it to make sure that that a nat 20 was always extremely satisfying. You know, we wanted the everybody screaming around the table like, oh, I can't believe it's so exciting. So each interaction that can happen has a critical success. And I think most of them, if not all, have also critical failure conditions as well. So unique dialogue that you won't see unless you roll nat 20 or nat 1.
What's the number one thing you feel Minecraft fans should know about this DLC? Like, what's your kind of real fast guide to it? You know, everything they kind of need to know about this new DLC that's about to come from Minecraft and D&D. And also, what was it like seeing the response and the excitement from fans about the trailer?
So first, the quick guide is for Minecraft fans is that this is the largest, most intense adventure map you will have ever played. It's got a story that has lovable characters, a rich world, and details and technology like you haven't seen in a map before. And if you like adventures, if you like fantasy, then you're going to love this. And similarly for D&D fans, I would say, if you are not really into Minecraft, still definitely play it. There are, and also, the response to the trailer, there are a lot of people saying that they haven't played Minecraft before and they want to in order to get this. And I would say, if you're not really into Minecraft, by the same token that this is Minecraft, it also isn't. It's also this isn't the normal Minecraft experience. You're going to get something special here.
Perfect.
The interesting thing for me is I have friends who I play D&D role-playing games with, and some may or may not play Minecraft. Those who play Minecraft hardly play Minecraft DLC. They just play Minecraft Creative or Survival or whatever they do their thing. This is the first pack where they are asking me about it. This is the first time when it's coming out. Is it out?
Same for me. Yeah, I have friends that have never really taken an interest until now.
I mean, we know that we don't know what kind of overlapping is going to be between D&D audience and Minecraft audience. But hopefully it's going to work out. It's going to create some buzz in the Minecraft community about D&D. It's going to make people who play D&D but don't know much about Minecraft maybe a bit interested and get them closer to give it a try. And something may come out. There is, we don't have any hard data here. It says, it's going to be a slam dunk or anything like that. But we feel like this is a chance we really wanted to take.
I can tell you that it was very important to us from day one that we wanted to please. But we've been pleasing Minecraft fans for years. So we're... we've got that. We knew from day one, in addition to pleasing Minecraft fans, we had to please D&D fans. So it was very important to us to be accurate, to do our research, reading tons and tons of handbooks, and making sure that we did justice to people's favorite things. The things that maybe an outside observer wouldn't necessarily think of when they think of D&D. We wanted to get those references in. We wanted to get the things that are going to make D&D players really happy.
That's perfect. Did you check out the Monstrous Compendium Volume 3 Minecraft Creatures that's on D&D Beyond? What was that like seeing your Minecraft? What was it like seeing Minecraft creatures turned into D&D creatures?
I think it was excellent. I mean, it's just like they were fitting right in for me. Like, yeah, stats blocks and all that. It's like they seems like they're made for this. They will be just fine over there in D&D.
Perfect. Is there anything I didn't ask about this DLC that you feel like I should have?
Yes. Or something I want to mention is the audio side of things, because we talk about voiceover, which is impressive as it was done in this pack, and also we need to talk about the music, because music has been specifically composed for this pack by
Kyle Martin, who is also our audio lead. So he also was the lead on sound effects and voiceover as well.
Yeah, so it was specifically composed for this, tailored to the content. It's really well done. It's really immersive. It really hits the mood, and it is dynamic. It's interactive, and so
that's a big part of this that we were very excited about, because we were one of the earliest Minecraft partners. So we were one of the earliest people making Minecraft DLC, official DLC. And so for years, we have been sort of in pursuit. We've also one of the only large teams with an actual sound department. Sound has always been a core part of our identity as a team. And one of the things that we've been searching for years is ways to overcome some of the limitations of the audio engine in Minecraft. There are no dynamic fades, well, arguable, but there's limited dynamic fades. You don't really have, audio engines that you can tap into. What our sound designer, audio lead Kyle likes to say is his job is finding creative ways to turn sounds on and off. And that is so true. And he and the rest of the sound team have done an incredible job here with, we finally sort of broke the code that we've been trying to reach for years. We finally have this beautiful dynamic music system where tracks seamlessly transition into each other, instruments come in and out based on the action that's happening, and it was like a huge breakthrough. Like we were celebrating we called up all the old people who used to be in the sound department, where it's like, we did it, we finally figured it out. And so that was a huge milestone for us, and I think it's really going to have a big effect on the experience.
And I have a little bit of news here, is that the soundtrack is going to be available on the 26th on all the major digital platforms. So if people enjoy it, they can go get it. Maybe they can use it for their own D&D games, in background. Some people do. I do. So I think it's going to work very well.
Wow. You can also, like, if you're playing the game, it's copyright free, so you can stream it.
Woo! Oh yeah, there's that.
In case that wasn't clear.
When is the DLC out?
The 26th of September at 10 a.m. PST.
Go.
Perfect. And is there anything you want to say to fans, or kind of express about D&D or Minecraft at this moment?
I hope people will want to give it a try, because it does things that Minecraft is not necessarily supposed to do, and that's a good in a very good way, and it really pushes the envelope of what is possible to do within Minecraft with Minecraft content, and it can open up possibilities, also questions internally about enabling creators to do more, because they can.
It sure did. Yeah, I guess I'll say that it's been, we've all been so incredibly honored to be given this opportunity, the chance to work with this property and the world of Dungeons and Dragons. And some of our team are D&D veterans. Some of our team had never played D&D. Everybody got into it after this. I don't think there's a single person who was like, you know what, this isn't for me. Everybody got into it. Everybody did a ton of research. And I hope that we did justice to what for so many people is one of the most important elements of their lives. And we knew that those people were going to be playing this game, and we wanted to do right by them. And hopefully you agree that we did.
I do have a follow-up question. How long have each of you been working on Minecraft?
I've been working on Minecraft for the good part of the last 10 years.
Professionally, I've been working on Minecraft for maybe 8 years. But in terms of how often since I've been involved in the community, maybe 11 or 12.
This is my actual final question, because that's a long time. You're very professionally, emotionally invested in creating worlds. What is this like? After 10 years, what does the community mean to you? What does this game mean to you? Are there things that are surprising? You have to have some pretty amazing insights into all of this.
The hard question.
Well, I think for me, it's like is moment like this when you are like, okay, you're doing this. We normally release like probably close to 10 license packs per year, and
Damn.
I probably produce half of those, maybe a bit more, but sometimes, and they're all cool. Everybody does something special. Everybody is interesting, different. But sometimes there is one like this one where you go in and you are kind of blown away. You're like, oh,
thank you.
I didn't expect this. I didn't expect like mini Skyrim into Minecraft. And then those are the moments. That's what keep it exciting after 10 years for me.
I think for me, it's always about my team. Of course, it's also, it's about the players, but as the creative director of Everbloom Games, and I'm not technically one of the founding members. I helped get it on its feet. But
Jesus.
Being, every day seeing the growth, the personal growth of all the people in our company, seeing people move through different stages of their lives, and people from different backgrounds and all over the world. We have people in, I think, like 8 different countries. Seeing everybody be brought together through this common passion of Minecraft, and all of these people who took something they loved and made it into a career, and seeing all of this sort of culminate. Of course, it's going to continue to culminate as we do more things, but seeing it culminate in this wonderful piece that represents what we've always been about storytelling, about meaning, about characters, about pushing the envelope on capabilities of Minecraft. All of these pillars of what makes Everbloom, and what makes each of us unique, we got to actually show off in this game. And it's very rare that you get in any career to be able to get exactly the right thing that hits all of the points that you want to show, that you get to do it all. And so it's been a really emotional experience to see, it was a hard process, but seeing it all come together and seeing the way that people have just, I'm rambling, but just pouring all their heart and soul into it. I have a tremendous amount of respect for every person on the team, and seeing how that they have crafted this thing and making this amazing experience that we can't wait to, release into the world.
Thank you all for your time. It was so fantastic to meet both of you. I'm really excited for this DLC.
Ricardo, I feel bad for you. Ian knocked you off so many times or interrupted you. What the fuck is Everbloom Games like? What are they popular for? Are they literally just Minecraft maps? looks like they're just kind of a Minecraft. What's their about? Originally founded in 2014, Everbloom Games is a team of professional, innovative, and experienced Minecraft creators. Committed to telling meaningful stories inside of Minecraft and pushing the medium to its boundaries. Cool. Looks like they have a tone in United States, South Africa, and France and Germany, maybe? Interesting. Yeah, Ian Comrade, Director, Creative and Operations. Alright, well that's interesting. We're gonna go back to Planescape now because they can't stop making content on that. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick though, so I'll see you in a second. Alright, let's continue.
Hi everyone, today we are talking about the player options and all the backgrounds of feats that you find with Planescape. I'm here with Dan Dillon. Tell me, what are some of the things that we're going to find in there?
Sure. So there's a couple of backgrounds. There's the Gate Warden that governs characters who grew up in one of the gate towns. Towns in the Outlands, the sort of middle ground between all of the outer planes that connect to each of the 16 outer planes. And then there's the Planar Philosopher background. And this can be representative of any character who studies the greater planar mysteries, but very specifically for this book and for this setting, it relates to the factions of Sigil. So you can tie your character to these gate towns or to these factions, and the feats sort of open you into that by giving you not only some role-playing hooks and some cool trinkets that are very planar themed, but also they give you a feat called Scion of the Outer Planes. And then you pick sort of a flavor for this feat, depending on what gate town you're connected to, or if you're in Sigil, or what your philosophy is, that sort of thing. And that gives you some magical connection to the planes, and then opens up some new feats for you to take later.
Yeah, what I like about these feats, these are like feats where you make that choice when you get the feat and like what it's associated with. So you're really kind of getting like, what, 5 different feats all in one feat basically because you're customizing it?
Yeah, because I think the one opens into 5 other options.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what are the feats that you can explore after that?
Right, so there's the Agent of Order. If you find yourself aligned with a very orderly or lawful plane or philosophy, that gives you the ability to sort of enforce an order on things and lock your foes into a stasis. There is the Baleful Scion. If you're resonating with a more evil or corrupt or wicked plane or philosophy. And now, keep in mind that these don't have any bearing necessarily on your character's behavior.
Yeah.
This could be just you happen to have been born in the town of Ribcage, which is which is metaphysically close to the 9 hells.
Yeah.
So you've absorbed some of that energy, you have this ability. And that lets you sort of strike at your enemies and sap their vitality for yourself. There is Cohort of Chaos, if you're related to one of the planes of chaos, and that is every now and then some of that chaos may just come boiling out of you in ways that are unexpected. So that's like a mini wild surge.
Nice.
The Righteous Heriter is the feat that connects you to the upper planes or the planes of good or philosophies of good. And that gives you the ability to soothe pain and suffering. When someone is hurt within a certain range of you, you can lessen the harm that they take and sort of reach out and give them comfort and strength. Then there are a couple that are outside of the alignments a little bit.
Okay.
There's the Outlands Envoy, if you're connected to the Outlands, and that gives you the Crossroads Emissary, which makes it a little bit easier for you to rub elbows and blend with and mix with people and creatures from sort of any corner of the multiverse. Makes your communicating easier, all of that.
Nice.
So this is one that would also be appropriate for a character who is from the city of Sigil.
Okay, perfect.
Finally, there's the Planar Wanderer. This one's super fun. So this represents you're somehow aligned with the planes as a whole, and you find yourself very adaptive. This could be from the Outlands, this could be from a more transitive, kind of less defined plane, or it could be from Sigil itself. You find yourself able to survive in sort of environmental extremes, and you're particularly good at finding your way back to a portal that you've used to travel to another plane, and even to crack open a portal without its key.
Right.
That's fun.
So we also have the Scion of the Outer Planes.
Right. Scion of the Outer Planes is the feat that the backgrounds lead you into, and then this opens up the other feat options later. And that gives you sort of a metaphysical affiliation or kind of vibration with whatever plane or philosophy. So you pick a flavor and you get some resistance to damage, and you can channel a little bit of thematic magic appropriate to it. It gives you a cantrip that you know.
What else do we find in the first chapter? Is that all it?
No, there's a couple new spells.
We gotta cover the new spells.
Yeah, a couple of planar themed spells. There's the Gate Seal, which lets you set up sort of a dimensional lock that shuts portals off. No portals, no planar travel in or out while this spell is active.
Oh, nice.
So that could be fun to discourage pursuit or to lock out an invasion. If you know someone's trying to send in minions, you can shut that down.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun. And then there's Warp Sense, which is a spell that allows you to kind of attune to planar fabric around you and find portals, even if they're not active, which are otherwise very difficult to detect.
Perfect.
We have a few magic items. On the simple side, there's the Sensory Stone, and one of the factions, the Society of Sensation, particularly love these. It's a little stone that you can record an experience that you have into. So sort of just the feelings, the emotions, the everything about it just gets, for just a few seconds, gets recorded in the stone. And then anybody else can pick up the stone and then kind of relive that moment. It, even regardless of what the actual experience was, it could be harrowing and terrible. It isn't harmful to them, but they do get to sort of relive that recorded experience. So that could be interesting for passing messages or for giving people a very intimate personal sense of a place or an event that they weren't at. So that could have interesting implications for things like teleport spells that require you to be familiar with something.
We've got the Mimir.
Yep, the Mimir is kind of a big, quintessentially Planescape one. Mimir is a little construct shaped like a skull, and it is just chock full of planar knowledge.
Yeah.
And it floats around near you, and you can ask it questions, and it's kind of like your own little planar encyclopedia.
Yeah.
It knows basic information about all the outer planes, about the gate towns, and then every now and then you can have it sort of dig deep onto a specific topic and get you deeper information on that.
Perfect.
Finally, very simply, is the portal compass.
What does that do?
Yeah, so it.
This is the most clearly named
points
magic
north,
item
no.
in D&D, maybe.
Right. So when you travel through a portal, the portal compass just points back to where that portal is, as long as you're on the same plane. So
very handy.
At least you will always be able to orient yourself back to what is hopefully your door home.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of adventurers could center around not being able to get home.
Oh
so,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's perfect. Awesome.
Nice. All right, so this is Planescape and the 2024 core rulebook for D&D.
Planescape, in many ways, and I can say this with no qualification, is my favorite D&D setting because Planescape is D&D. It is the one setting that touches
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
every other setting, because
That makes
Planescape is the backdrop for the entire D&D multiverse. We talk about Planescape directly when we talk about the city of Sigil in the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide, but also indirectly every time we talk about the great cosmic wheel that underlies all of existence in D&D. The realms of angels, demons, devils, the Fae, all of those things are a part of essentially the backstage of the prime material plane. And what is so thrilling for me, anytime we go directly to Planescape, is you get to, in a way, go adventuring in the places where the backstage crew are keeping everything running.
Yeah.
You get to see these cosmic forces that are keeping the energies of order and chaos running. You get to see the paragons of good and evil at war with each other, but also sometimes having drinks with each other in the city of doors that is at the center of everything. So in many ways, Planescape is D&D. It is the setting that encompasses all other settings. And as we worked on Planescape, we were preparing it at the same time that we're working on the 2024 rule books, and we see it as a critical setup for those books, because those books are going to have the D&D multiverse even more front and center than in 2014. The multiverse was a big deal in the 2014 core rulebooks. It's going to be even more in our minds as players and DMs as we look through the new rulebooks next year, because we have in the art of the new books, we've intentionally put in characters and locations from D&D's classic settings, beings that you can meet in Planescape, in the Planescape books that are just around the corner of coming out. They will also be present and critical in material that's not only in the 2024 core rulebooks, but also beyond. And so Planescape for me is a connection not only to all the worlds of the multiverse, but it also connects to the whole history of the game. It is a setting that connects to the cosmic map that was at the back of the very first player's handbook for the game back in the 1970s. And Planescape also looks forward to the 2024 rulebooks and beyond. And so I, just as a Planescape fan, am thrilled that these books are coming out, that we also even have versions with covers by Tony DiTerlizzi, whose art I've always loved. There is so much here for whether you're a longtime Planescape fan like me or someone who is newer to D&D. There is something here for you. And because this is the setting of settings, there is material here that is useful for whatever material plane world that you play in, because the creatures that appear in the bestiary of Adventures in the Multiverse, those creatures can burst into any world. The plots that are unveiled in the adventure book, those plots can affect any world in the multiverse. And then in the setting book that is in this set, what you learn about the Outlands, that amazing, almost like island in the cosmos that connects to all of these metaphysical planes, what happens there can affect any campaign. And so I see this when it comes to our setting books, I see Planescape as the toy box most brimming with things that are useful no matter what campaign setting you use, including if that campaign setting is your home setting. Back when Planescape first came out, because I've been a fan of Planescape since it first came out decades ago, I was primarily DMing my homebrew setting. And one of the reasons I liked Planescape so much is I could take things from Planescape and use them seamlessly in my home setting. And that is something that we have endeavored to make real again now in the 5th edition version of Planescape, especially when you, again, look in that bestiary book and also look at the cosmic plots, the inspiration that is available throughout the material within Adventures in the Multiverse.
Nice. All right. Well, that's where I'm going to save it there. We're getting slowly through all of these, but it's going to take some time. I'm going to do some streaming. So I will see you guys in a little bit. Bye.
For those that do not know about Sigil, how would you describe Sigil?
So Sigil is the city at the center of everything. It is at the center of the Outlands, and the Outlands is the plane at the hub of all of the outer planes. And then atop the spire, literally at the center of the Outlands, is Sigil. But Sigil is more than just a city and a place. It is a city that has access to every place and everywhere. Like you said, it is the city of doors, and it gets that name because it's just filled with portals. It has portals to every world in the D&D multiverse, to every plane, to the realms of gods, to the farmhouses of commoners in the Forgotten Realms. Wherever you want to go, Sigil is a step away from it, which is fantastic for DMs who want adventures that will go anywhere, but it also means that anyone from anywhere might show up in Sigil at any time.
How big is the city? Because there are a lot of different wards.
Yeah, the city is kind of beyond scale. Sigil is as big as you want it to be. You won't find population numbers in the book because to try to quantify them would kind of be counterintuitive to what Planescape is. It's infinite. It is everything. It's beyond scope. Now, Sigil does have a set number of wards. It has the 5 wards and under Sigil, which is kind of like the hidden 6th ward. In previous editions, there were 6 wards, but in this update, we have combined the Guild Hall and Market wards into the Market ward because they essentially served similar function.
And what are the other wards that exist?
So there is the Hive ward, which is kind of the more kind of seedy underbelly of Sigil. There's the Clerks ward, which is also aptly named. You'll find a lot of scribes and clerks and number crunchers, record keepers. There is the Ladies ward, not the Ladies ward, and that one has kind of your more kind of upper class, houses a few of the factions that kind of run important aspects of the city. There's also the lower ward, which is kind of the heart of industry in Sigil. It's always kind of bathed in this industrial smog. And then there is the Market ward, where everything that you can find in the multiverse could be purchased.
There's an incredible amount of detail and also artwork that is very inspiring. What I really like about this is it feels like any part of the city could be where you could run an entire campaign, or it could be the entire city, but it does feel like a lot of thought went into like, how does a marketplace function here? Like, what are the clubs? What are the weirdest things that could possibly come about, given that you have all this different interaction from all over the multiverse? What is the food like? What are the restaurants like? What are the clubs like? It answers that question, or at least gives you a framework to talk about it. That's so fun. There's so many locations and different characters. It is just so much to work with. It's so many really fantastical settings within one space.
And there's room to create more always. Like, if you read something and you get the idea to put something there, Sigil is the place to put that thing. If you're reading about, one of my favorite locations that's new to the book is the Grease Pit. It's in the Hive ward. It is kind of this street food alley where you get to see, what is street food to a Mustafal Guardian or, a Kelubar Demodan. Like, what do they even eat? Do they eat? Do they sell food? Like, you get to see that. But also, if a DM reads that and goes, oh my gosh, I see there's this mushroom melt. It'd be really cool if a giant was here selling, people-sized legs of giant goat. Just put it there. It could totally be there. And that's, I think, the way Sigil is it is the yes and of D&D, because there's always more room to put something else there.
Like you said, Sigil can host everything. Everything's there. Angels, fiends, modrons, Gardenals, like all of it. Anybody from anywhere can show up in Sigil. That sounds cliche, but that's the main thrust of the city. Right. It's the city of doors. It reaches every place. So there's so much room for DMs to run any sort of adventure that they want. Absolutely, they can lean into the planner weirdness. They can have Yeti snow cone sellers. They can have all of these wild, weirdo elements of it. But once you sort of get over that and you realize that the folks in Sigil are ultimately just folks, any genre that you want to explore against that backdrop is absolutely there.
Cool.
you can't talk about Sigil without talking about the Lady of Pain. You know, her face dates back to the covers of Planescape from 2nd edition. It is her city. She has always been there and always will be there. She is a mystery and omnipotent, and she can bar any creature from Sigil. She can cause every portal in Sigil to cease to function, which you can imagine would have catastrophic effects to all of the people that rely on them, and is not to be trifled with.
One would think that she would be a figure worthy of worship, or that cults would grow up around her, and those have been tried and very, very quickly discouraged and deterred, and that does not happen. One does not worship the lady. If one tries, that person might find themselves mazed, which is banished to a sort of demi-plane pocket dimension that is an infinitely looping sort of copy of Sigil alleyways or streets or hallways in their home, just never ending. No one else in it. They don't get tired. They don't need to eat or drink. They're just there alone in these endless twisting hallways and pathways with no way out. Are they the lucky ones, or the ones who are just flensed with a gaze the lucky ones?
Yeah. Who can say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. If there's a city out there in the D&D multiverse that is at the center, how does that affect the politics of that city, the philosophy, just the economy of it?
Sure.
Right?
So what it should be is absolute chaos. Like, everyone from everywhere is there. Beings that are complete anathema to one another show up on the streets. Creatures that shouldn't be able to exist in proximity to each other can show up there at any given time. It should be chaos, it should be war, and yet it's not. And part of the reason that it's not is, of course, because of the Lady of Pain.
I've always liked the Lady of Pain because of the fact that I never want to know who the Lady of Pain is.
Yes.
This is one of those very important moments where this has to remain a mystery.
Yes.
Over the years, we've had, even Asmodeus has a stat block at some point in D&D's history, right? But, this is the kind of thing where I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what the mystery of this character is.
Yes.
And why they can, prevent gods from showing up in Sigil. That is so interesting to me.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's an important thing for storytellers and for DMs in general. As soon as you say what something is, it's just that thing.
Yeah.
But while it's a mystery, it's everything. It could be anything. Any place your mind goes with it is a story you could tell about that character. And it's such ripe ground for DMs who might want to explore how she operates, who she is, how she came into being, what the situation with Sigil is, how it was created, all of those mysteries. It's all on the table so long as she's an enigma. So it's something we very much wanted to preserve.
How do you go about role-playing that, though? This is not a character that's going to be sitting down for a conversation with you at a coffee shop, but still, there is a gravitas to playing a character like that.
Yes. How do you role-play that? With silent menace.
Okay.
Because that's the situation with the Lady of Pain. She's meant to be this figure who's separate from everyone else. She's silent. Her face is mask-like. People don't know her origins. She doesn't speak. She floats through the city.
That's so cool.
Everybody wonders about her, but all they really know is that with a glance, she can effectively erase them from existence.
It's her power that can shut off every portal and seal the city, nothing in, nothing out. That means, there's no farmland in Sigil, so if all the portals are closed, no food is coming in. A lot of clean water might come in from things like portals to the elemental plane of water. If those are shut off, we have serious problems, right? Waste goes out through portals because there's, you're built in a big stone tire. There's nowhere to expand to. There's nowhere for things to go except out through portals. So she has quite the stranglehold on conflicts and power because she can lock all the doors.
There are some creatures that kind of work with the Lady of Pain that can communicate somewhat.
Yes.
Who are they?
So the Dabas are these mysterious, also silent figures who, like the Lady of Pain, drift through the city, and their primary mandate is to make sure Sigil runs smoothly. And this might be from making sure that Razorvine doesn't overgrow vital intersections, or keeping peace between warring factions. But these single-minded peacekeepers, they tend to not be threats in quite the same way that she is. They're more messengers and arbiters, warnings that, hey, if you get out of line, then you're going to attract the lady's ire.
They speak in these weird things called rebuses. They're, kind of like pictures that you kind of have to decipher. Use the Dabus as a buffer between the Lady of Pain and the characters. If you see the Lady of Pain once in a campaign, it is an epic moment. It is the height of everything. If you see her 10 times, she's just some lady going down the street.
That's fair. Guide to the Planescape monster.
There's got to be some weird monsters as well. Can you run me through some of your favorite monsters? I have plenty. It's a really cool book of monsters.
There's so much in there. I'm always a fan of Modrons. There's new Hierarch Modrons. I absolutely love those guys. Fiends are always fantastic, so we've got new Demodans in there. Gardenals from the Beastlands. We have like the horse-like Equinel and the adorable mouse-like Mustaval. But wildly, something that I would have never expected to say is one of my favorites in there is the Romani. And the Romani in the past were always these are creatures that live in the Outlands. They're mysterious, true neutral beings, in the same way that a devil is like made out of lawful evil, or angels are like pure goodness. The Romani are true neutrality. Which is sort of a hard thing to, like, okay, so what do they do? So they don't do anything? Rather, we took the reverse on that and spun them in the direction that they are constantly maintaining the balance. And on one day, they might be trying to aid the forces of good. On the other day, they might be increasing chaos, whatever they need to do to make sure that the Outlands remains philosophically neutral.
They're very unique looking. Their armor's more incorporated into their body. Their body is composed of unnatural sort of balance. Pieces kind of float together. I really love the visual update. I think players are going to really dig it when they see the art for them, and I think they're going to really enjoy running them.
So tell me, so the Mimirs certainly are an echo of Mort.
Mimir, so a Mimir.
They are different things.
Yeah, they are, and
but they're evocative.
Yes, and Mort bemoans being seen as Mimir or mistaken for one at different times. So a Mimir is kind of like this. It's this encyclopedic skull.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, your dungeon master is your Mimir. You have queried your dungeon master before, maybe even about the planes, and said, "Wait, did you say Elysium? What even is that?" And your dungeon master flips through the dungeon master guide, maybe reads something real fast, or they know it already, and they spout some sort of quick nonsense. That's kind of what your Mimir is going to do. It is this expert on the planes and on things that it's seen. A good comparison might be a Pokedex. This Mimir is this item that can report. Mort is a floating skull. He is undead. He has many quips and funny things to say about the planes, but if you use him as a Mimir, you might get bit. He's quite a biter, I've been told.
There are also flies.
There are sunflies, which are definitely inspired by. There have been sunflies in the past. Video games like Planescape Torment had a little creature called Limlims that we wanted to make sure got into this as well. So we've rolled all those into sunflies, which are essentially these little planar vermin that, depending on what planar influences inspire them, it changes their colors, but then also the sort of toxin that they carry.
Cranium
Oh,
rats
cool.
first showed up in Planescape, correct?
I believe so. I can't say that with 100% surety, but
Gotcha.
they've always been such a part of Sigil, where they're these little intelligent rats that the more of them get together, the more they start having agendas. We even added a little element to them where the cranium rats of Sigil, somebody can actually scoop up one of these guys and have them share their thoughts to effectively use the cranium rats to communicate.
Oh, wow. So, like, leave a message with a cranium rat and then send it to someone?
Yeah.
That's really disturbing.
Yeah.
I love it.
A player could cast Sending on their own,
Yeah.
but for people, the fighters and barbarians and like who don't have such a spell,
Yeah.
it's really fun. Like, I gotta find a rat. You guys see any rats?
That's perfect. Or can I borrow your rat?
Yeah, are you done with that?
There's also like a specific type of cranium rat swarm also in here where
Yes.
there's some art of them like in a trench coat basically is what I'm looking at. Right?
That's exactly right, because as soon as you get that many cranium rats together, they start to become more conscious, more aware, and certainly more aware of their state of undress, more interested in fashion, all of the things that you would expect that a rat that has suddenly achieved consciousness and a level of neuroticism would gain.
And this book that covers all the monsters, this is Mort's Planar Parade.
Yes.
So this has Mort giving his commentary on Planescape
Yes.
throughout, which is really fun.
Yes.
How do you such a specific voice from the video game and everything else?
So, Mort is a fantastic character. Many folks will remember him from being one of the standout NPC allies from Planescape Torment, the video game from back in the 90s. And Mort's a floating skull. And he's snarky, and he's got this nasal voice to him, and he's such a distinctive character. He tags along with your character in that game, and he's just cracks wise the whole time and has a comment about everything. We've had so many reliable narrators. It seemed like such a good time, particularly with the Plains, where anything could be possible, to have a character like Mort who's purportedly been everywhere, seen everything, done everything, give his commentary on creatures from across the plains. And all of it's good advice that's 100% accurate.
We also have kind of a fan favorite of, we've got some new Modrons.
These Modrons are ones that, like in the Monster Manual, we wanted to honor what was there in the past. And what was there in the past was weird anatomies.
And this is just as weird.
Yeah. Tripod legs, with spherical bodies, with a big ol' eye, big ol' lips, and a big ol' mouth. I don't know what the inspiration was when they were originally drawn in first.
Might come from a lot of places.
It could. It was a product of its time, maybe.
It was product of its era.
Yeah,
probably.
But that's kind of what makes them a little endearing.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that those facets are still there, while updating other things like the things that they can do in the game, the world of your game, right?
There's also guidance in the book about how the planes can actually affect monsters.
Yes.
Like monsters from that you are familiar with in the Monster Manual and other sources, but there's guidance like how to make them more planar. Like they were affected by the plane that they exist in.
Yes. So the earliest portions of Mort's Planar Parade goes into two different ways that you can make any monster feel more like a being of the plains. One is a host of new traits that you can apply to any monster, and the traits are each aligned with one of the various outer planes. So if you want to make a unicorn feels like it comes from the abyss, or you want to have a dragon that feels like it's been influenced by the screaming infinities of pandemonium, here's just little tweaks you can make to these creatures, along with any aesthetic tweaks that you might want to make them feel all of a sudden that it's not just, oh, this isn't just a normal unicorn or a normal monster or whatever have you. This is something that has been warped, twisted, born on, exists on these wild planes of existence.
You can take these traits. They're pretty easy to give to any monster. You don't have to do any math. They don't impact the creature's challenge rating, and so they really are designed to be just kind of drag and drop into any creature's stat block. So in that way, it kind of multiplies every stat block you already have. So if you have Monsters of the Multiverse, or you have just your monster manual, you can take these traits and spice up your character or your monsters as the characters explore, portals or areas or things bordering these planes.
In addition to that, we also have a host of just suggestions for how you might alter creatures a little bit, whether aesthetically or otherwise, to make them feel like they've been influenced by the planes. So if you have monsters that are in the Outlands and you want to have encounters with them, but you want them to feel like they've existed on the Outlands, and maybe they have a little bit of these outer planes energy in them, whether it's like, the chaotic realm of Isgard, or if it's someplace more benevolent like Bitopia, what can you do to get those ideas across? We have a host of tables and suggestions and options to encourage that.
One of the most important things to this city of Segel is going to be each of the stat blocks for the factions. So 12 ascendant factions, you get 12 roles essentially in the factions. Now, these are not the base role of a faction member. These are kind of specialized, exceptional roles within. So you have things like the Fraternity of Order Lawbender. The Fraternity of Order is this kind of faction centered around the rules of the multiverse, the laws. And this is a person who has found a loophole in the laws of the multiverse in such a way that they can, their magic can allow them to teleport. They can force you to re-roll things because of this loophole. And then you have other things like one of the newer factions, the Hands of Havoc, this kind of chaotic, kind of burn it down faction, has this role called a fire starter. And you can imagine they're very good at starting fires. And then, of course, I think my favorite creature in the whole book is the Time Dragon, because it's D&D. You got to have a dragon in there. But the idea of, this creature that is beyond age, that can breathe the time stream through you, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, you fight a red dragon, that's pretty cool. You're lit on fire. That's awful. But if you start to age really fast, that's pretty terrifying.
It's pretty terrifying. It can also send you through time.
Yeah.
If it wants.
Their existence can be a big center point in a campaign.
Yeah.
Like, we gotta find the ancient time dragon.
Yeah.
Their ability is that they can exhale this sort of time manipulating energy. The DM could narrate it as like magically aging them to a point that even for characters that are generally not affected by age, this is a sort of magical sort of effect. So, their ability to attack is weakened, their ability to harm is weakened.
Yeah.
They can slow other creatures, especially in their lair, both in speed and maybe with the spell. They're big beastie. They have a lot of stat blocks to cover their age ranges, and they offer a really unique sort of ability that can really be used narratively by a DM however they want.
What do you find the most fun about creating the monsters for Planescape?
It's striking that balance between what was done in the past and what you can do in a new, interpretation in a new system.
Yeah.
A lot of things that were, said or done in previous editions just aren't really things that either are used anymore or have as much weight.
Yeah.
But that still gives you a chance to refresh them in a way that can still work. A lot of research for older creatures and capturing the flavor of the factions that make up Sigil. And I think that will give players a good sense of nostalgia and delight. And for players who haven't really experienced, if you started playing this game in 5th edition, this is your first way to get involved and experience Planescape and these monsters. You'll get a sense of what it was like before, and if there's a player that did sort of have that experience with them in previous editions, they'll be able to kind of be like, yeah, it was like that, and this specific era thing, or they'll get to go, yeah, that's what a nanodrone looked like.
Yeah.
They're just as weird then as they are now.
Nice. All right, we're gonna save that for later. See ya. All right, so we're gonna do the last little bit here of the Planescape stuff. I'm not gonna do the 16 gate town. Or wait. Oh, never mind. We are gonna do that because it goes over the gate towns. I thought it was just the robot one, but never mind.
Hello, everyone. Today we are talking about Planescape and specifically the gate towns.
Yes.
Those weird towns that exist in and around Planescape.
They're towns. They have gates. They're
Yeah.
the gate towns. The gate towns are 16 towns in the Outlands. They are spaced equidistant from the spire, that infinitely tall pillar of rock that rises from the center of the Outlands. And each of these towns is built around a planar gate. So a portal that is permanently affixed to the area, and from this portal emanates all sorts of planar energies that warp the character of each town. Each town leads to a different one of the 16 outer planes, from the goodness and holiness of Mount Celestia all the way to the gray wastes of Hades. These planes characters seep into the towns, changing them with their magic. Let's talk about them.
Yeah, let's dive in.
So we'll talk first about automata.
This is one of my favorite.
Yes.
You also worked heavily on this.
Yes. For all of the gate towns, you get a beautiful 2-page overview, which will talk about the regional effects for each gate. What power does the gate actually have in the town? And some of these effects are mechanical. Some of them are pure flavor, if you will, just something interesting. So Automata is bordering the town, or borders the plane of Mechanus, this plane of absolute law and order. And as a result, the town itself is extremely orderly. If you've ever been to a city that operates on a grid, you can imagine all of the streets are numbered. Everything is at right angles. All of the businesses sort of look the same and might only be distinguishable by their names or a unique numerical sequence. This is a nightmare to anybody but the Modrons, which comprise most of this town's population. There are a few interesting sites in Automata. One of them is built around the other side of the gate, and it's a train station. It's a train station for the Concordant Express, which is this planar train that services all sorts of different planes, and its terminus is located in Automata.
Yeah. If you love Modrons, this is the town for you.
Yes, if you love Modrons, this is the town for you.
There's some exciting adventure hooks in there as well, for especially in particular when we're talking about how gate towns exist and come into existence.
Yes.
Some very important things for this town.
Yeah.
Which we don't want necessarily ruin, but yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's also a coffee shop. There's a coffee shop there, and it is staffed entirely by low-level Modrons, which, if you know this about Modrons, they're really not great at multitasking, especially not the Monodrones, which can only do one task at a time. So you can imagine that when you order your
coffee,
extra
your latte,
large, triple shot, whatever, they will just scream in existential dread.
I am excited to run adventures in this town.
Yes, one of my favorites. So Bedlam is connected to the plane of Pandemonium, and from its gate, at all hours, blasts this extremely noisy, cold, rank winds that, as you can imagine, are awful. So the residents of the lowest district, they walk around with earmuffs. They're just shouting at each other. A lot of the residents in Bedlam, they'll greet each other by kind of having this equally foul greeting of spitting at the other's feet. Though you want to make sure, because of the windiness, that you are not upwind.
Yeah.
One interesting sight in this gate town, you can imagine that because things are so noisy, because this is this bowl of insufferable people, you want to get some rest every once in a while. So there is a hotel. It is called the Eye and Dagger, and it is this kind of knife-shaped building that juts up from one of the districts. And the interior is blanketed by this permanent supernatural silence. You can imagine walking through the doors is really great because that sound of the wind, that howling gale, is suppressed. The downside, though, is that Bedlam is not a nice town, and its residents are not nice either. So while there is this comfort that comes with silence, there is also this danger. You can imagine it's really easy to get a great night's rest, but what kind of people are stalking the halls at night? And yeah, that's Bedlam.
Perfect. All right, what's the next one?
The next gate town is the gate town of Cursed.
Okay. Tell me about Cursed.
Cursed, C-U-R-S-T, is tied to the plane of Carceri. Carceri is a prison plane where even getting to the plane, you will find it harder to get out. Similarly, the gate town of Cursed is easy to get into and really hard to escape. The plane of Carceri seeps into this area that is sort of a refuge for people who kind of don't want to be found. Rather than being this punishment, you find that people who are, runaways or might have a bounty on their heads kind of gravitate to this place. The regional effects of this gate make it so that you can't leave without the permission of the ruler of the town.
Oh, interesting.
Because of the weight of this gate, this prison town essentially, even the populace is shackled. They are slower. You feel like you are walking around with a ball and chain, quite literally. Some interesting sights. One that Planescape Torment fans might recognize is a tavern known as the Trader's Gate, where all kinds of people gather and, for every lowlife that you see in this tavern, there is also somebody who, might have run away from something that is not so bad. Next, we have the gate town of Ecstasy. Ecstasy is connected to the Blessed Fields of Elysium. So we have had a lot of not so great gate towns up to this point. One very orderly one very prison-y one.
Yeah.
But now you get to one that's a little bit calmer. As you get to these gate towns that border kind of the more goodly aligned planes, these are places where characters can relax. The gate itself radiates this aura of pervasive tranquility. So the closer you get to it, the less you want to fight, the less you want to, maybe get into arguments. And this gate is actually really easy to spot. Ecstasy is also known as the City of Plaints, because when you go into the gate town for the first time, what will become evident is all of these these structures that are just rising throughout the gate town. They're made from all kinds of things. You might see ones that are wood, you might see ones that are stone, but the one in the very center of the town is called the Bone Plinth. And it is this vertebral column that at the top of this bony tower is this fountain of quicksilver. And if you step into this fountain, you will, when you are fully submerged, you will find yourself in ecstasy and probably have a good time. One really interesting thing about the Gate Town of Ecstasy is that it has two rulers, and they work in shifts. So during the day, you will find the town is ruled by someone called the Light Caller, and they live in a tower called Soul Rise Tower. So at the crack of dawn, you will see near the Bone Plinth this beautiful tower, and its gates will open, and out will walk this individual who wears this very sunny golden disc in front of their face. And they kind of take care of the town during the day. At any given time, they have three very powerful angels backing them up as they do their different administrative activities. And then at night, this ruler retreats back to their tower, and out rides the Night Whisperer, this silvery sort of knight atop a steed, wearing this kind of plain-faced silver mask. And these two rulers essentially just switch back and forth and have secrets of their own.
What's interesting about all these gate towns is they all have kind of like the flavors, like some of the rules and all the adventure hooks that you would find in different Ravenloft domains, and also some of what we saw in Bigby's presents in terms of like, here's a good adventure hook place.
Yeah, all of them have different adventure hooks. My favorite thing about each of these chapters is the different regional effects of the gate. They, not only do you get to see it in the people and the interactions in the towns, but to really feel the influence of the gate is pretty cool. Speaking of good towns, next up we have Excelsior.
Okay.
So Excelsior is tied to the plane of Mount Celestia. So this lawful good paradise. And as you can imagine, this is a very great place to live. The downside to a very great place to live is that when you are literally residing at the foot of Mount Celestia, everything else starts to seem comparatively worse. You can imagine this gate town is the place with the sweetest fruits and the best, maybe some of the best food, and even this ambient glow comes off the town because of the gate. So demons and devils don't really like it here. It's to them this light is repulsive. Excelsior is really cool because when you come into the town, the first thing you're going to see is this tower that rises from the center of the town. It is not as tall as the spire. No tower in the Outlands is as tall as the spire, but it's called the Godstrand. And you'll see that the tower just keeps kind of going up and up and up and disappears into the clouds. And that's because the gate to Mount Celestia actually resides at the top of this tower. And if you climb this tower all the way up, you will find yourself at the foot of Mount Celestia. So you'll never really be able to see it from the town. But what you will be able to see are these different cloud top structures that form this kind of aerial district in the town called the Chandelier. And if you're, walking on the ground, you're wanting to get up there, you might find yourself ferried up there on a golden chariot pulled by Pegasi. You can get your shopping done with some of the mightiest, goodliest paladins, or visit hanging botanical gardens atop these structures, and just bask in this good light.
Perfect. Next one?
Oh, next is Faunel.
Yay!
Faunel is a great opportunity to talk about something called cosmic realignment. So each of these gate towns has this character that matches their gate. But if the towns essentially get too much like the planes that they reside on, they are pretty much gobbled up by the planes themselves. Faunel is tied to the Beastlands, this wild, untamed plain.
Oh, cool.
And as you can imagine, its residents are similarly wild. The problem is that when the characters get to Faunel as it stands in this book, they will find the town they once knew is gone. It has actually just undergone cosmic realignment, and the remnants of that past gate town are still sort of there, but the settlement is trying to figure itself out. So much like in our real animal kingdom, there are different animals essentially vying against each other to rise to the top of the food chain. But in Faunel, all of these animals can talk. So you might have there is an elephant that runs its own faction. There is a conference of birds up in the sky. And there are all sorts of hunters that also want to take advantage of their very rare and beautiful pelts.
Nice.
So Fortitude borders the plane of Arcadia. Arcadia is sort of this in-between of Mount Celestia being the ultimate good place and Mechanus being the ultimate law place. And so what you get is this gate town where everything is kind of ordered perfection. And so this is a place where when you walk in, the trees are going to be symmetrical. There are gardeners that are making sure each blade of grass in the parks throughout this gate town is perfectly manicured. And that pressure from the plane kind of projects itself on the people who they find this desire to be perfect, to be perfectly manicured, to have the best clothes, the best attitudes, the best everything, which is, you can imagine when characters start coming in, might come into conflict with that. They're probably not going to want to conform to this gate town standards, and interesting conflicts can arise from that.
That's perfect. Sounds like an HOA.
Yeah, it is a lot like an HOA. That is the perfect description. Yes, Fortitude is the worst HOA you can possibly imagine. Yeah, if you come in and if you own a home in Fortitude, you will want to sell it very quickly.
Okay, tell me about Glorium.
I will tell you about Glorium. So Glorium is a battle gate town. This borders the heroic domain of Ysgard, this place where giants are roaming and the giant pantheon resides. So when you come into the gate town of Glorium, one thing that you might hear is this distant battle horn, because one of the cool consequences of Glorium's gate is that any time conflict erupts in the gate town, a battle horn can be heard. So you can imagine that if you're at the Thanksgiving dinner table, you might hear the horn erupt as a battle takes place. Of course, heroes from all sorts of domains find themselves in Ysgard. In Glorium. So as much as you have, a fighter with a spear, you'll have your. This is essentially a fighter's paradise.
Yeah.
The fighter and the barbarian are going to have a great time. They will go to the hall and they will feast. They will train with the different warriors, and each day there will no doubt be a conflict to solve. So the next town to talk to, we are in the H's now.
Perfect.
Is a beautiful intermission is the gate town of Hopeless.
Sounds lovely.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So Hopeless borders the gray waste of Hades. And Hopeless is a similarly bleak gate town. So one of the first things you'll notice when you enter through Hopeless, which has this wonderful structure called the Screaming Gate, this horrible howling face that you walk under to enter the gate town, is that the gate town is arranged in a spiral. And as you spiral around the gate town, you just kind of sink a little bit into the ground. You're getting closer and closer to its gate, which is just this well full of this awful gray sludge that occasionally bubbles up and creates all sorts of problems. All of the residents of Hopeless are plagued by this sense of, as I say very joyfully, this sense of lingering apathy. So you can imagine this is a place where nobody really cares about anything. People aren't really excited by anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's no sense of fashion here. All of the food is bland. And these things are enforced by this gate town's High Cardinal. And one very interesting thing about this High Cardinal is that she has this entourage of beholders that enforce this miserable apathy throughout the gate town. So you can imagine if you come in this gate town and you're wearing a very vibrant red sweater,
right,
you might find yourself disintegrated
Yeah.
pretty quickly.
Perfect.
So the next gate town is Plaguemort. Plaguemort is a gate town bordering the Abyss. So this is Demon Town. Welcome to Demon Town.
Gotta have great bars.
Plaguemort has great bars. And one thing that you're going to see when you go into a bar in Plaguemort is that there is this pestilence throughout the town. So this demonic ichor floods from the sewers. Every once in a while, there's sort of a demonic incursion where the town's residents have to kind of band together to fight them back. And there are kind of weird demonic things happening to the townsfolk themselves. You know, you might be sitting 2 stools down from somebody who hiccups and coughs out some flies.
Yeah.
You might be chatting with someone and a little bit of black demon ichor just dribbles from their nose. But this is also a town where, you know, much like the demon lords of the infinite layers of the abyss are kind of always trying to one-up each other or conquer each other or overwhelm the town's ruler, who resides in this huge kind of abyssal castle, if you will. This keep called Blightstale Keep, which resides on a hill overlooking the miserable town. Ribcage is aptly named. When you get to Ribcage, you will see these curling spires of rock that form a ribcage of sorts over the town. This town is connected to the Nine Hells. So all of the best parts of evil and law are here, and they are no more evident than in the ruler for this town, Duchess Zelza Zerkbane, who is this very orderly individual that solves things in court. So this is a cool gate town to basically act out your best court drama.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? It's what devils do. They
It's
make
what
deals.
devils do.
There's-
They make deals.
Yeah.
They have law. One of the effects of this town's gate is that there is this diabolical surveillance, if you will. So it's kind of like you're always being watched. You might be walking through the streets and see a reflection of an infernal gaze behind you in one of the windows of a shop, or you might hear somebody whispering as if you're kind of being watched by this ruler at any given time.
Perfect. And again, like each of these have like a piece of art that helps kind of define it.
Yes.
What I also like is like you're getting a nice visual with everything.
Yes, really awesome. Yeah, I love that piece. So Rygus is a very regimented gate town that is connected to this battlefield of Acheron, this plane of kind of war, and that's where you'll find the orcish god Grumsh is on there. Maglubiet, the one of the goblin gods, are in this kind of eternal conflict. So instead of this being like, you know, you have Glorium where the people are fighting and where there's conflict here, this is kind of like a giant military encampment. So when you come upon the town, the first thing you'll see is that it is separated into these rings, these 7 stacked tiers that get progressively higher. One of the first things you'll probably hear is probably like a bugle horn waking people up in the morning. You will see troops organizing. And when you get in, you will have a little rank that appears on you. Depending on your deeds, your past adventures, or if you're really green, you will be assigned the rank of a slate. And essentially a blank low rank will be assigned to you. While in Rygus, you have advantage on charisma checks to influence those of lower rank. And much like any good military encampment, you have disadvantage to influence those of a higher rank.
Right.
Sylvania is amazing. It is not like Transylvania, but you will probably find a vampire or two here. A confused vampire partying in the party town of all party towns, Sylvania. So Sylvania is connected to the Olympian glade of Arborea, this kind of paradise for the elven pantheon, and through its gate seeps the life of the party. This is a gate town where everybody knows your name. When they see you, it's like bumping into somebody at a party. They say, "Hey, Todd, you know what's going on? Do you wanna party today?" An introvert soarer.
Yeah. Thanks. I hate it.
Isn't that wonderful? The cool thing about Sylvania is that the themes of the parties are constantly changing.
Yeah.
A lot of these parties take place at this enormous treehouse called the Yearning Timbers. So you can imagine that this is, if, for example, the theme of the party is a masquerade ball, the leaves of this magical tree might become, a deep red color. The boughs of the tree will twist and shape to kind of make the ultimate venue. And each day brings a different party. You might have one evening where there's a rave and you see phosphorescent mushrooms growing, and the music of the gate town changes. And then you might have a kind of a Regency romance day where things are very refined, and you might see a satyr eating a delectable hors d'oeuvre. So yeah, it's the party town. So we have arrived at Torch.
Perfect.
Torch is named for these three volcanic spires that rise from the gate town, and at any given moment are kind of sputtering this flame that provides dim light throughout the gate town. This gate town is connected to Gehenna, a very treacherous kind of evil plane. There is this lure of avarice that emanates through the gate. So if you see a coin in this town, you can hear it whispering to you. If you see jewelry hanging around someone's neck, if you see a valuable magic item peeking out from somebody's bag, it tempts you to take it. So this gate town is essentially a den of thieves. One of the cool things about this gate town is all sorts of thievery are represented here. So as much as you have your cut purse and your classic brigands are here, there's also white-collar crime in this town. So this is the only town in the Outlands that has a branch of the Interplanar Bank that you will find in Sigil. So there is a branch of the Bank of Abathor here. But you can imagine shortly after it opened, it fell prey to all of the white-collar crime, embezzlement, insider trading, all of those things happened at this gate town. And so it gets robbed almost daily. You can imagine the characters might be hired as bodyguards to guard this corrupt bank that is constantly being pummeled by falling flaming rocks from the spires.
That's amazing.
So Tradegate is pretty cool. Tradegate is connected to the twin paradises of Bytopia. Bytopia is what do you get when you have good and neutrality, and it's not quite Mount Celestia good, and it's not quite Mechanus productivity. You get the gate town of Tradegate. So you essentially get the best town to shop in.
Perfect.
In the Outlands. This town essentially is always in a state of economic prosperity, essentially. There is a huge outdoor market here called the Everything Emporium, where, kind of like in the market ward of Sigil, you can find basically anything you want to find. The downside is that this town, because of its prosperity, has had a few recent troubles and tends to get sieged a lot.
Perfect.
One of the cool things about this town, though, is because of its productivity, because of its goodness, because of its kind of hi-ho attitude, it gets rebuilt constantly. Anything that kind of gets destroyed, gets pillaged, gets raided, within 1d10 days, the residents of the town have put it back together. So if the party makes any major mistakes in this town. Something gets blown up, an accidental fireball spell detonates a warehouse somewhere. They will come back, and it will be good as new, and the residents probably will forgive them.
Nice.
Congratulations, Todd.
Congratulations to you.
We have arrived at the last of the gate towns.
Perfect.
This gate town is called Zeos. Though some people debate that it's called Zeos, some also call it Chaos, and other call it Zeos, and kind of whatever they want to call it, because this is the town that is connected to the chaotic plane of Limbo. Limbo is a plane where you might be walking on a stone pillar one day and it suddenly bursts into chlorine gas and then becomes a bolt of lightning and it's just inhospitable. So what's cool about this gate town and a lot of the other gate towns is you get a perfect little piece of that. This is a chaotic gate town where as you approach it, you might see a bunch of strange environments. You might be crossing through a swamp and suddenly find yourself on a volcano overlooking this town. But just as this town is shifting at any given moment, like its parent plane, it also has some law to it. So one thing I really love about this town is that there is a Githzerai embassy. So the Gith kind of, much like they do in Limbo, concentrate to create these fortresses of order in this sea of chaos. They're doing the same thing in the gate town of Zeos. But there are also these kind of pockets of neutrality where you can build something and it's not going to fall apart the next day. One really interesting thing about Zeos is in their quest to establish order throughout the multiverse, Modrons from the plane of Mechanus came out here and decided that they were going to build an outpost. Unfortunately, due to the proximity of the gate, the forces of chaos won over order this time, and what we are left with is the cube. The cube is this undulating, horrifying, mechanical, floating cube that is this clockwork house of horrors that envoys of Modrons keep getting sent to and disappearing into it. What's in the cube? Only your dungeon master can tell you, but it's almost certainly not good.
And that's actually one of my favorite out of all these. Yeah.
Yeah, the cube is amazing.
When you look at every gate town in this book, you get an awesome piece of art, 2 pages of information.
Yes.
So we've got NPCs, we've got locations, we have regional effects, we have all of that stuff, so that you are set up as a dungeon master to run like either a couple adventures or a one-shot all in that location.
Yes. You get essentially everything you need to run an adventure in one of these gate towns. You also get information on the town's ruler, which in a lot of these gate towns is going to be the person that the characters either will find as their biggest ally or their biggest adversary.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's awesome. And you get a host of notable sites in each gate town, usually 3, sometimes 4.
What was the most fun thing about designing each of these gate towns? Just combined, like there had been like a process of like, how do you express a town that's so heavily influenced by each of these planes?
One of the best parts for designing for these is knowing that these are anchor points. So whereas it might be hard to tell a story for kind of a lower level party that takes place in one of these planes, like if you look at the planes in the Dungeon Master's Guide, you cannot stay there very long.
Yeah.
And if you're a low level character, you might fail some of those optional saving throws and you might find yourself turned into a beast on the Beastland.
Yeah.
Or find yourself corrupted by the Abyss. The cool thing about the gate towns is that you get the taste of the planes without having to commit to them wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
You can, sample them. As far as for designing them, I think the most interesting part is just what does the gate do to this town?
Yeah.
To look at the plane and then think, okay, if this plane does this, what would it do to a place that permanently exists here? If just a little bit of it got through. And I think you get really cool natural yes and moments from, oh, Mount Celestia, super good. Excelsior, good? Sort of.
Yeah.
And then, of course, all the regional effects are just a lot of fun.
Awesome. Cool. Now we're going to do the playtest 8 survey results.
Hello, everyone. We've got another Unearthed Arcana. This one is special because we're seeing something completely new. What is that?
We decided to do a bonus Unearthed Arcana. You and I have talked in the past about the fact that we would be launching Dungeon Master's Guide UA once we wrapped up the Player's Handbook Unearthed Arcanas. We decided to actually do a bonus Dungeon Master's Guide UA sooner, and so that's what we have ahead of us. In this UA, we finally get to visit an exciting subsystem that we've been working on for quite some time, the Bastion system. And we also have included in this UA a number of revised cantrips that we'd love to get people's feedback on.
And what does the Bastion system do?
So the Bastion system is a whole new way for your character to make a home. And this system is going to be in the new Dungeon Master's Guide. It will be one of the many new or reimagined tools for DMs and also by extension players who play in their DMs' campaigns. A whole host of new tools for people to use in their games. This tool, this toy, is specifically meant to allow a group that decides to use it to really delve into the fantasy of creating a home, creating a headquarters. With a Bastion, you will be able to create a stronghold, a tower, a shrine. You decide the shape that it will take.
That's cool.
And you can develop it as either a place that belongs just to your character, or you can develop it in concert with the other characters' bastions to essentially create a mighty fortress that could have different elements inside it. One of the wonderful things about the Bastion system is also the high level of customizability. So first, when you get your Bastion, you get to decide, and you'll get your Bastion if you use these rules around 5th level. You'll decide its layout, and we give you guidance on mapping your Bastion. You'll get a certain number of rooms that we think of as just general purpose rooms. They don't cost you any extra, but then you get these special parts of your Bastion. These are called facilities, and each facility not only is a fun aesthetic addition to your Bastion, but even more importantly, it gives your Bastion special abilities, and by extension, it gives your character special abilities. For example, we have facilities that will allow you to have people play games inside your Bastion, because we're gamers, and we figure many D&D characters probably enjoy playing games. But you can, in that part of your Bastion, have essentially a gaming event that generates money. You can have bastions that will allow you to craft certain magic items, others that give you the ability to recruit defenders to your bastion. Still others at high level that will allow you to go into a demi-plane that belongs to you. You can have a teleportation circle in your bastion. All of these and many, many, many more choices will be available to you as you reach certain levels and you gain the ability to decide which of these customization options do I want for my bastion. Now, not all options are available to all characters. Many of the facilities have prerequisites that are tailored to work with certain classes, and you'll see that rather than having specific classes as the prerequisites, we typically have class features. And because class features are shared among multiple classes, that means that multiple classes typically qualify for facilities that have prerequisites. Some concrete examples. We have some facilities that require you to have certain weapon capabilities. And so those facilities are going to appeal to classes like fighters and rangers and paladins and barbarians. We have others that require certain spellcasting capabilities. And you, if you are a member of a class that is a hybrid class, like the ranger and the paladin that have a mix of potent weapon abilities and spellcasting, you'll find that you qualify for a really fun mixture of facility options. The other element of bastions that we look forward to people playing with is the sense of time passing. Bastions have this notion of essentially your bastion getting to take a turn.
Yeah.
And you can take a turn once every 7 days, and every 7 days you can issue a particular order to your bastion. And we give you a set of order options. You can almost think of these as like the action options that characters have. Bastions have a set of order options. Each order does a different thing, and different facilities respond to different orders. So a particular facility might do something special if you issue one of the particular orders in the game. You also have the option of not issuing an order at all. This will particularly happen often when you're not at home.
Yeah.
Because your bastion will have essentially employees in it, hirelings, to use the more traditional D&D term, who will keep it running while you're out adventuring. And if you don't issue an order that leads to a magic item being produced that you can have when you come back, or income being generated, or whatever the special order is, there instead occurs the maintenance order. And some things still occur that are beneficial when maintenance occurs, but then you also open your bastion up to a random event happening. And so one of the entertaining parts of bastions is that things can happen within and to the bastion while you're away on your adventures. And so when you come back, you can find out what the heck happened.
Yeah.
What is the product that was produced, or the other benefit that was created. The other thing that happens whenever these bastion turns occur and you issue an order is you generate a new currency called bastion points. Those points you can use when you level up to
just a headquarters.
Purchase a magic item, and you can also use those points to extend your
cool.
influence in the region around your bastion.
Capital.
And you can also spend those points to have your character revived back at home if you die out on an adventure and your group has no way of bringing you back. If you have generated enough sort of bastion power, which is represented by bastion points, you can tap into that if necessary to have essentially your hirelings drag you home and get you patched up and adventure ready again.
Nice.
Now, this system is designed to stand on its own 2 feet, meaning you can drop it into a campaign and it has within itself everything you need to use it. That also means that it is ripe for you to use it in your games now. One of the reasons we wanted to get this out into people's hands early is, first, we're just really eager to find out what people think.
Yeah.
But second, this is so just ready to use and doesn't sort of rely on anything else going on in either the 2014 or the 2024 rule books, that you could take this bastion system and use it right now in Phandelver and Below, the Shattered Obelisk. You could use it in upcoming Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse.
Especially with how many different shops there are in that setting.
Yes.
It's the city of Sigil. So like,
yes.
There's just about anything you could possibly want to find. It's the best place for a business.
And there are certainly a few things here where, a prerequisite might point towards something that's in the 2024 versions of some of the classes, but you will find that this is ready to go with your 2014 rule books. which has been our approach internally with how we play test everything for the rules revision. Because in our internal play tests for next year's new version of the Player's Handbook and the other core books, is we use the 2014 rule books, and we simply pair those rule books with whatever new version of something that we are testing. So the game that we are playing internally on an almost weekly basis is the 2014 rule books mixed with the material that will appear in the revised core rule books. And so again, I encourage people, please read this and give us your feedback, but also play with it. And that's my encouragement really with everything that we released in Unearthed Arcana, is try it out in your current games, because this material is designed to work not only with the upcoming core rulebooks, but also the existing ones, revised spells that we provide, new feats, new versions of subclasses or classes. You can start playing with them now.
Yeah. The idea of bastions is something that comes up a lot, like whether it's like, sometimes you're in a flying castle and this is your home base, but there's a home base always seems to happen. Like, I love owning property in Ravenloft for some reason, because it's just so fundamental to like Gothic horror that something bad happens to your house.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and in some ways, it's sort of a D&D tradition that as soon as you have property, something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is why we included the random events in the Bastion system.
Yeah.
A DM, of course, can also come up with special events, but we wanted there to be a ready-to-use way to have those unexpected circumstances surrounding this place that you now care about, that also has people in it that you care about. The Bastion system also addresses something in the 2014 downtime system that we've been wanting to address for some time. And that is, our downtime rules in the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide, as well as in Xanathar's Guide to Everything, do a really good job of providing you some crunchy options for things you can do between adventures. Or on an adventure that maybe where the heat is a little lower, you're not spending most of your time fighting, you've got time to shop, to research things and whatnot. But one of the issues with those options is they all require your character to be doing something. And the issue is many campaigns don't have time for that. Many campaigns involve stories where the characters are trying to save the world.
Yeah.
There's a ticking clock. If they don't do X, that city's going to fall into Avernus, or whatever the thing is that they're fighting against. And we wanted to provide a way for you to gain access to some of that really fun world texture that exists in the downtime rules, even while you're adventuring. And so the Bastion system provides a way for you to do that, because while you're away, you have people back at home that can be doing these things that will, again, essentially have a gift for you when you come back. It also is a way for players to get a taste of what it's like to be a dungeon master. Often when players think about making the leap from playing to DMing, sometimes there can be some trepidation, because it will feel like, well, what the DM does is so different from what I do as a player. Even though many of us know who have been on either side of the screen know that what the DM does is very similar, but just on a larger scale. Rather than thinking about what are the motivations and decisions of this one character, it's instead, what are the motivations and decisions of whole groups of characters or whole kingdoms. But we wanted to make a clearer connection between those two experiences, the player experience and the DM experience. We wanted to give players a way to be responsible for a place, for mapping it, and also to be responsible for the NPCs in it. So we often think of the Bastion system as a way for players to be mini DMs, where they have this piece of the world that they're the dungeon master of it. They're deciding what goes on inside the walls of their bastion.
That's perfect. Yeah, it's also it's a good place for villains to like tick off the
Yes.
players.
Yes. Yeah.
If something happens to it, but yeah, you're right. That's like kind of like that's like the first building block, so the first seed to get someone interested in dungeon mastering, because now you're managing stuff, you're coming up with story in your head for this location, so it's very sneaky.
Well, it's not sneaky. We're telling you we're doing it.
We're inviting you to be a dungeon master.
Exactly.
Look how fun this is.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Yeah, and so the other part of this Unearthed Arcana are some cantrips. We couldn't help ourselves.
Yeah.
we have a set of cantrips.
Yeah.
That when we did the Big Players Handbook survey in 2021, some of those cantrips didn't score particularly well in terms of satisfaction. We have already, in this Players Handbook Unearthed Arcana series that's been going on since last year, we have already brought some of those cantrips into the playtest, but we had more that we wanted to get into the playtest stream, and we didn't want them to wait for our next dedicated Players Handbook UA. So the bastions, which are the star of this article, they have in their sort of sidecar this fun selection of cantrips. And cantrips are really important to us because for any character who is either a full spellcaster or dabbling in spellcasting, cantrips are often their bread and butter.
Yeah.
Cantrips also appear in many of our monsters. And so it's important for the game, whether you're a player or a dungeon master, that the cantrip ecosystem be healthy and fun and diverse. And so you'll see here with these revisions, we are targeting exactly those elements. Fun, diverse, making sure any pain points are sanded away. And so the cantrips that people are going to find here run the gamut from things like Acid Splash to True Strike.
Yes.
Some of these have had just small but important quality of life improvements. So the very first cantrip in the list, Acid Splash, is largely the cantrip that people are familiar with, but it has now been turned from you pick two creatures next to each other and target them to essentially your first area of effect.
Yeah, your first AoE.
Your first AoE, because now it creates this 5-foot radius sphere explosion that can still catch two creatures, but might even catch more.
Right.
You know, if you have it, if you're playing on the grid and you have it explode at the intersection of the lines, and if there's a bunch of creatures bunched up, you could get up to 4 creatures.
Yeah.
And or even more if they're tiny and they're crammed in, and they're crammed in there. Now, so we have on one end that meaningful quality of life improvement in Acid Splash, but then on the other end with True Strike, we have a total redesign.
Yeah.
True Strike is a cantrip that has always had a cool concept of I'm a spellcaster, and using magic, I'm going to direct my strike. The way we implemented it, though, in 2014, because of how the action economy works, it meant that it was rarely optimal for almost anybody to use it.
Yeah.
And when we designed True Strike almost a decade ago, we at the time were still new ourselves as designers to using advantage and disadvantage in the game.
Yeah.
And we're actually very cautious in how we used those mechanics in certain places. And you can absolutely see that caution in the 2014 version of True Strike. The new version is a completely different take. It's still all about magic guiding your strike. Your weapon strike is not about how strong you are or how dexterous you are. It is about your magic guiding you to your target. But how that is now represented is with this cantrip, similar to cantrips like Green Flame Blade, it includes the weapon strike itself in the cantrip.
Right.
And you are making that weapon strike using your spellcasting ability rather than strength or dex. We have a few others that have been completely redesigned. Blade Ward is another.
That's a reaction now.
Yes, Blade Ward is now a reaction, and it allows you to impose disadvantage on somebody's attack against you. And it has now an upgrade at higher levels where sort of the range at which the attacker can be gets further and further away.
Oh, nice.
You can think of it as the sort of protection fighting style, but just for yourself.
Yeah.
It's for the spellcaster who doesn't have anything else demanding their reaction, and many of our spellcasters rarely, if ever, make opportunity attacks. They don't all have shield at the ready. And so Blade Ward is a great, in this new form, a great fallback option.
Yeah.
Of, I don't have anything else to use with my reaction, and oh no, someone's attacking me. Maybe imposing disadvantage on it will cause them to miss.
Definitely making the Eldritch Knight even juicier now. Yeah.
If the Eldritch Knight is fine, not having the potential to make an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
But yeah, Blade Ward is meant to be a fallback option. And really, it's important to think of all cantrips as fallback options. Yeah. Cantrips are the thing you cast when you either can't or don't want to cast a spell of first level or higher. Friends, completely redesigned. It now just charms the person.
Yeah.
And it's very short. It no longer makes them hostile toward you. And it's important when people look at this, it's important for people to remember what the charmed condition does and what it doesn't do.
Right. Yeah.
The charmed condition, contrary to sometimes the perceptions that people have, is not mind control.
Ah. Yeah, you can turn the light off. Yep. I got it. Just turn mine on. Are you going night-night? Okay. Sounds good.
The charm condition simply gives you advantage on your charisma checks with the charmed creature.
Yeah.
And the closest it comes to any kind of serious beguilement is while they're charmed by you, they can't attack you. That's it. So we want to see if this new version means that it can now find a place in people's spellcasting cycles, particularly outside combat. And so we'll be eager to get people's playtest feedback on it.
That's awesome. Again, that feedback is critical to all of this. That's why we do these videos.
Yes.
That's why we have you playtest. Give us the feedback. That is like the best way, especially taking the survey. That's the best way to tell us how this is working.
Absolutely. Our team does look online at people's discussions, but where our team spends most of its time when it comes to digging into people's thoughts on different elements of the game, it's through the surveys. We currently have 3 members of our design team who are spending substantial amounts of their time reading what people are writing, and not only that feedback that's coming in, but then our analysis of it is having a powerful impact on where things are headed for the game.
And again, to note, like, this is all like these new rules, the cantrips, the bastion system, and all the classes that we've been playtesting. You can use those now for Planescape, for Big Bees, for Phandelver. Like, that's the intention. This all works together.
Yep.
That is the point of all of it. So you don't need to wait to play those adventures with the 2014. You can start playtesting in your existing campaigns.
Absolutely.
Because that's how seamlessly everything's working together.
And it will become even more and more seamless as we transition out of public playtesting to nailing things down in the books. And then next year, people will get to start seeing previews of the shape things are actually going to take in the books themselves. Because the other thing that it's important for us to to occasionally come back to, you and I have talked about it before, is that UA, while it is a pivotal part of our development process, does not represent necessarily what the final version of anything will be. It's a snapshot of where we are in our development process, and then the feedback we get feeds our dev work in many deep and meaningful ways, but ultimately the final version is what you're going to see in the books, and often there will be changes as we develop things, as we knit everything together to make sure that it works cohesively as a massive game with thousands of moving parts.
So with Unearthed Arcana, we like to look at all the scores from the survey results. You have those scores today. So like, what did we learn?
We have the scores for Player's Handbook Playtest 6.
Right.
And as always, not only the scores, but also the written feedback have provided a fascinating set of insights, perspectives that we're now got from UA6 is that most of the classes in it, people are feeling really good about. So the rogue, the paladin, the cleric, the bard, and even the druid. The druid struggled the last time we came up. All of those classes received satisfaction scores in either the 70s or up into the 80s, with the rogue overall score at 89%. In that group, the class with the lowest satisfaction score was the druid, but even the druid made it into the 70s, and many of the druid's individual features even made it up into the 80s in terms of satisfaction. Like, people really are enjoying the new elemental fury, the wild resurgence. So we continue to see a lot of positivity about new features that we've been introducing in the various classes. There were a couple of pain points in this latest version of the Druid, the main ones being Wild Shape and the Circle of the Moon subclass. The other subclasses, Circle of the Land, got 86%. That is a massive satisfaction improvement over the 2014 version. Circle of the Sea, the brand new subclass, got 80%. And Circle of the Moon definitely improved. So we're on the right trajectory with it, but we need at least one more round with it in UA. So our plan is the Druid base class will go back out in our next Player's Handbook dedicated on Unearthed Arcana, mostly to give a revised version of the Circle of the Moon. Because base class of the Druid overall is getting thumbs up, with mostly just Wild Shape and Arch Druid needing a little more love, but we're on a good path with the Druid. We are still seeing with the Druid, and we knew this, essentially two main factions of people who really liked the Wild Shape templates that we provided before, but then a larger group happy to be using stat blocks. We are listening to both groups, but charting a course that will be solid for the class and healthy for the game. And so again, people will get to see the Druid visit again in our next player-dedicated UA. The one other class in UA 6 that will be returning to the future UA is the Monk.
Right.
So the Monk is the class that has appeared only once so far in this series. So we already planned on the Monk, whatever its score ended up being, unless it was like 100% satisfaction, we planned on the Monk appearing at least one more time, so that every class got to be in UA at least twice.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the Monk is going to come back. The Monk has a lot that we're going to be revisiting. There were a number of things in the class that scored really well, and then other things that were some significant pain points. If I were going to boil down where sort of the main pain points are is it's the constraints of discipline points. And so one of the things that we will be addressing in the next version of the Monk is how can we make it so that you do still have this resource you have to manage, but you don't feel like your class fantasy and also your effectiveness are being held back by those resource constraints. So it's, every class has resource constraints of some kind that they have to deal with. But we agree with the feedback that those restraints are a bit too tight right now in the Monk. One thing that will be changing in the next version is we are currently going through the Monk and looking for any place where there is both a usage limit and a discipline point cost on the same feature. That's too much constraint on the feature. Basically, the feature either needs a usage constraint, like you can use this only X number of times per day, or a discipline point cost, not both.
Right.
We're also looking at more places where we can lower discipline point costs, and even places where we can remove those costs. So we're excited about the version of the Monk we're working on now based on this feedback. And we think we're going to see a lot of excitement about what people see next time. Here's the other thing, though, about the Monk. We're planning right now on just the Warrior of the Hand going back out of the Monk subclasses. That might change between now and then, but right now our plan is just that one because the Warrior of Shadow, the Warrior of the Elements, they both scored high enough that they don't need to go back out. I want to pause for a moment and say how remarkable that is.
Yeah.
The last time that we did a satisfaction survey on the Way of the Four Elements, it got 11% satisfaction.
Oh,
that is one of the lowest satisfaction scores of anything we
history.
have we have surveyed in this game. The new version, the Warrior of the Elements, made it into the 70s.
Nice.
So that is a massive jump. However, I said, Shadow and Elements are not going back out, at least right now. We'll see how our development goes. But for sure, the base class and Warrior of the Hand will be going back out for more feedback. But what this means is that Rogue, Ranger, Paladin, Cleric, and Bard, they're done in UA for now.
Right.
And they're moving forward into now our development for the book itself. I do want to pause for a moment and talk a little bit about the Ranger here. There were some pain points in the UA 6 version of the Ranger where, some concern about favored enemy, about foe slayer, and deft explorer. Those concerns brought down the satisfaction score of the class overall. We don't need to send this class back out, though, because with the Ranger, we did an A/B test where we tried out different versions of the same features. The previous versions of those features scored so well that for the book, we're going to create a synthesis version where basically we take the best elements that have arisen in the class in the playtest and make sure that those are what get the spotlight in the player's handbook. So essentially, we've gotten all the feedback we need on the Ranger. We see what people really like, we see what people really don't like, and we're going to steer toward the stuff that really excites people.
Awesome.
Also, while we're talking about the Ranger, another subclass that was wildly improved because the other subclass that was often like below 20% in satisfaction down there with Way of the Four Elements was the Beastmaster.
Right.
Beastmaster this time around, 78% satisfaction.
Nice.
So again, great improvements, tons of excitement in the Rogue about Cunning Strike. Cunning Strike got 94% satisfaction. So Cunning Strike, that new feature, it is clearly here to stay because Cunning Strike and Improved Cunning Strike were both hovering around 90% satisfaction. it is rare for anything in our massive D&D families, given the hundreds of thousands of people who play the game, the thousands of people who take our surveys.
Right.
It is rare for anything with that large of a group with many different tastes to hit 90% or higher. So if something does, when that rare thing happens, it's like, this is clearly here to stay because it is so rare for something to get that high. But even like in the Paladin, we had several things like Lay on Hands creeping up toward 90%, this new version of it. So a lot of really excited feedback here, as well as good constructive feedback for how we can improve a number of these things to make sure that in the 2024 versions of the books, they're the best they can be for this version of the game. Now, once we get the survey feedback for Unearthed Arcana 7, we will then see what other classes are moving straight into book development and which others may or may not need to go back out in the next Unearthed Arcana. That Unearthed Arcana will include any of those classes that need another round of public feedback. It will include them all together.
Okay.
So we've been doing this sort of leapfrogging thing
Yeah.
for most of the year. The next Player's Handbook dedicated UA will have all of the remaining classes who need another Unearthed Arcana round.
Nice. I saw a lot of people asking about, but what about the Necromancer? Which is funny because historically, Necromancer was never that popular. I thought I like Necromancers as a person, or even like culturally I like it, and it was in the Dungeon Master's Guide in the first place. So it's interesting that so many people brought it up.
So people have asked about the absence of the Necromancer in Unearthed Arcana 7, largely because earlier in the year,
you and I
mentioned that we were working on a new version of the Necromancer.
Yeah.
So that's on me. I brought it up. And in fact, our plan was for the Necromancer to be there. The Necromancer clearly is not there. And that's because as we have been working on the revised Player's Handbook and digging more into what subclasses do people actually play, which ones really excite people, also which ones fit into a nice spread of both aesthetic and mechanical options, we realized that the Necromancer, just in actual popularity, and here I mean actual play and satisfaction scores, the Necromancer has never scored well. And here again, I'm not talking about just satisfaction,
Really?
I'm talking about actual play. This is significant for us because there are other things in the game that have not scored well in satisfaction, but still score well in actual play. A great example of this is the Ranger. The Ranger has always struggled, the 2014 Ranger,
Right.
when it comes to satisfaction scores because of some pain points, especially at the early levels of the class's design. Despite that fact, anytime we look at actual play statistics, the Ranger has never even been close to one of the least played classes. Two of the least played classes in the game are the Druid and the Monk, and that's been true for the last decade. However, the Druid is often satisfaction-wise scored high. So we always have to balance what do people say in surveys, but what are people actually playing?
Right.
And the issue with the Necromancer is it's low by both metrics.
Right.
Its satisfaction has traditionally been low, and the number of people playing it has been low. So the subclass that ended up subbing in for the Necromancer is the Abjurer, and that's for a number of reasons. One, the Abjurer is consistently rated very highly anytime we've done satisfaction surveys on wizard subclasses. It, in fact, is one of the highest rated among the subclasses. The Abjurer also has healthy play numbers. And the Abjurer is a nice distinction to the Evoker. And often when we've been deciding what will the quartet of subclasses be for each class, we're looking for subclasses that essentially represent different corners of a class's identity. The different quartets succeeded that at varying degrees, But this is a case where the Abjurer is a fantastic counterpoint to the Evoker, where we have the offensive wizard represented iconically by the Evoker, and the Abjurer being the ultimate defender among our mage-like classes. And then the Illusionist, if people are curious, the Illusionist and the Diviner are also a pair of opposites, because the Illusionist is showing how you can use magic to beguile and deceive and misdirect, while the Diviner is showing you can use magic to illuminate and clarify. At some point in a future video, we should go through and actually talk about all of the quartets, because our subclass decisions have often been chasing this notion. I've seen people wonder, for instance, about the presence of clockwork sorcery in the new player's handbook. Clockwork sorcery we chose not only because it was highly rated,
wild magic,
but because clockwork sorcery is the opposite of wild magic.
Yeah.
One is the magic of chaos, and the other is the magic of order. The new player's handbook, by the way, is going to be explicit about these quartets. In our character creation guidance in the new book, as we help guide you in subclass selection, we're going to point out this sort of archetypal space that each subclass occupies, because that's not always obvious, especially if you're not familiar with the game. You just see the names.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that when we talk about the subclass options in a particular class, that there's sort of a clear set of aesthetic and mechanical hooks. In some classes, the aesthetic hooks are mightier than the mechanical hooks, and then in other classes, the mechanical hooks are bigger than the aesthetic hooks. An example of a class where the hooks tend to be more mechanical than aesthetic is the fighter, where the quartet in the fighter is actually about 4 very different ways of play. And again, that can be for a future video where we delve into the subclass quartets of every class in the 2024 Player's Handbook.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks. Be sure to test out this new UA. Thank you for all the survey results, and fill out more survey results.
Yes.
We appreciate your feedback. You are literally helping us build the game. So thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Make it better, Jesus. All right, we're gonna do the art behind Planescape in a little bit. All right, we're finally on the last freaking Dungeons and Dragons episode.
Hello everyone, I'm Todd Kenrick, and today we are talking about the art of Planescape, and we're going to get to the graphic design as well as the multiple different art pieces and a little bit on maps.
I was telling Emmy before we came in here, I think part of the interesting thing, I was one of the graphic designers involved in this. Graphic designer involved in this. And it was super cool to see the contrast. Because like you said, if you're in Krynn or you're in the Forgotten Realms, there's a certain sort of expected high fantasy, but even then within Dungeons and Dragons, that's, there's a huge gamut even there. But Planescape is where you take the filters off. Everything crosses over in terms of one aesthetic in a gate town crossing into another, and everything sort of merges together. And the example I was giving Emmy was our wonderful goth gate warden art. You look at her and she looks so dour and serious, but she has sunflies flying around her. And that is the Outlands. That is, Sigil, everything sort of mixed together. She's essentially the goth teen that's room is full of like Sanrio plushies. And that's, it's that juxtaposition. Graphic design wise, I wanted to pay a bit of like an homage to what was established in the 90s. Don Murin, who still works at Wizards of the Coast. That was an iconic set when it came out in the mid-90s and was very aesthetically different than everything else in the D&D world at the time. So the graphic design, you'll see elements that like the 90s Planescape, sort of hearken and nod to the architecture of Sigil. There's lots of pointy bits. But the art in particular for the 5th edition Planescape is very prismatic, very kaleidoscopic in terms of color. So it's the color is layered into the pointy bits and the architectural elements that you find in Sigil. And even things like the splotches work sort of points back to some of the graphic elements that were in the 90s version, but it's the 5th edition iteration of that. So much more vibrant color-wise.
That's the fun challenge about this, because I mean, this is such an iconic setting. Like, you know, you mentioned, like, it has such a distinct look. It's got some very distinct characters, some like distinct races like the Barriar, you know, that are very unique to this setting. And the architecture alone is just, you know, like it has so much flavor for Planescape. So the challenge was making sure that it still felt like what it was, and bring it into this, like, the prismatic, kind of really vibrant, colorful merging of the multiverses, like angels and demons hanging out together, you know, like dragons going to the bank, you know, all of those little things, and just capturing it, you know, in the 5th edition way. From the original Planescape setting, like, there was so much that exists there, and like so much lore, so much like flavor to kind of pull from and be inspired from. So it's like it's balancing being true to what was there before, because there's so many people who are passionate about it, right? Like Matt and I are fans of like games who have been around for just as long too, and we have, you know, favorite like releases, and like, so we know how important it is for somebody to see this being brought back and be like, oh my gosh, I remember when my team, my adventuring party did this, X, Y, and Z. So we want to make sure that they can still have those feelings when they come back and visit or see it for the first time, and also be inspired for this incredible adventure that, you know, that is included in this set. Like, it's really cool. It was hard to go through the book, review things, you know, like look over Matt's incredibly laid out designs and your pages, and not get too drawn into the pages, like the words there, because like it's so good. Like you would start to read the content and be like, no, I want to I want to experience it, but I also can't stop reading because there's some really good stuff in there, and I think the art reflects it.
What are some of your favorite monsters?
There's 2 pieces of art that are probably the cutest thing I've seen in 5th edition, but there are 2 of the most horrific looking pieces of art. Intentionally so. The Dark Weavers are piece of art is nightmare inducing.
The redesign of it, you can look back, even the original one, it's kind of a wonky little creature with these sprawling legs, but even that's really creepy. But Izzy took it to another level, and then Dave Melvin did the final render for the book, and it looks so like moist and kind of dark, and it's just fantastic.
I think folks will be very pleased with the representation of the factions. We have 12 ascendant factions, but 3 minor factions. The 15 are there. Rules of 3 still in place. But the faction art is incredible, and the artists that worked even on the symbols, which the symbols were in place in the 90s version as well, 2nd edition, but absolutely gorgeous modernization of those symbols, and the faction art is incredible.
The standard covers, we've got The Lady of Pain, of course, by aMayesing Tyler Jacobson, which was, I actually didn't realize this until later, it was all traditionally done, like hand painted, which is incredible.
Tyler is this is unreal.
Amazing. And then we've got The Turn of Fortune's Wheel by Magali Villeneuve. Hopefully I said that correctly. And then we've got the Mart's Planar Parade by Dimitri Bermak. And he captured a bunch of the wild creatures that you're going to see in there, which is great. And it's being, Mort, the little floating skull, is being chased.
Mort's amazing.
So Chris Rallis did the Dungeon Master screen. And, you know, the way the artist can interpret an art order and a description to just be like, so it's this wild, crazy place. There's these creatures here and there, you know, feel free to kind of pull the ones that seem interesting. And, you know, there might be floating crystal cities in the sky, but, you know, like, make it work. And what they come up with it's such a treat. It's so vibrant. There's so many tiny little Easter eggs too. Like when artists interpret something and they add their own take on it, they add their own little like sparks of imagination, because that's what they do best. It's the most satisfying thing in the world. I'm like, I could never think of that. That's amazing. That's why we're so lucky to get to work with who we work with.
Absolutely.
And then we've got the alt covers.
Tony Dieter Lizzie, absolutely one of the most. Iconic gets used a lot in describing things, but his artwork in Planescape will forever be enmeshed together. Like it defined the aesthetic for it. His versions of some of these characters, both in contrast and parallel with like Tyler Jacobson's Lady of Pain, absolutely incredible. And he even did one thing to note, that the graphic design and type design for the alts were Tony's work as well, because he was very hands-on in the original Planescape. And one of my personal favorite pieces of art in the whole thing. Tony actually did the alt DM screen and then transferred that to the 3 alt covers as well as his type work. But the tiefling if you look close at her, she's super charming. She has this wonderful braid and a tattoo. But if you look at her legs, you'll see the old tieflings, the fawn. And I love that. And you don't really see it on the Turn of Fortune's Wheel cover, but if you look at the DM screen, you'll see just enough of that. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, tell me about the poster map. This is a huge deal.
Yes.
It's a huge deal. And Francesca also works traditionally too. And it was incredible to see, like she would send me pictures. Like she's like, I'm working on like the DM screen. And it's like this long strip of paper across of her, it must have been a dining room table or something, penciled every little detail. And it's like, once you see it, all the different neighborhoods, the different wards, like it's incredible. It's amazing how she interpreted that and kind of brought it into this new edition. But yeah, I would have to say, normally it's creatures that are my favorite thing out of these books, but the other side, the Outlands poster map, I think would have to be my favorite piece because of the detail and all of the interesting little things that she brought into it.
Absolutely. Francesca also worked on a product that I was on last year. She did the Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen, updated Kryn map. But her style of cartography, really, you're talking about like types of fantasy. It lends itself so perfectly to the Outlands and to Sigil. Like, it has a bit of almost like that sort of Henson, Brian Froud feel to it in a certain way, but absolutely imaginative in a way that's kind of hard to wrap your head around. Looking particularly at the map of Sigil is like trying to envision it as a continuing ring, and like she perfectly translated that in her cartography. In Turn of Fortune's Wheel, in the adventure, there are how many? 3 different cartographers?
There are like, 3 or 4.
And Jared Blondo's maps, get ready, DMs. It is the most psychedelic set of maps I've ever seen. Incredible. But yeah, it is. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah.
So.
One more map. Also, Marco Bernardini, he did the map of the Walking Citadel.
Oh, yeah,
and,
wow.
Initially these maps are like, show the levels, bop, 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 bop. And he did this full page, really cool thing. He's like, what if I kind of show the isometric version of a walking castle alongside these, different levels? And it's like that like extra that our artists go to makes it so much more, like it's going to be very cool for the players to see.
That's awesome. All right. Well, we finally made it through all of the Planescape videos. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.